Hey, what's up, Mia? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Banners are there. Well, the banner info is out, but the banners are still a couple of days out. I think maybe 4 days out. What's this XP thing? Apparently it's a new YouTube thing. First time I saw it was last stream. Yeah, I saw it for the first time last stream, and apparently it's a very much like Twitch's thing. I've been lifting. Oh, really? Lifting like gym lifting? Nice. That makes one of us. Oh, lifing, sorry. Yep, chat on the laptop is tiny, so forgive me if I can hardly see it. They changed the back. Oh yeah, you're right, the name thing. Oh my god, I did not notice that. I did not notice that. Now that I think about it, I think last stream they changed the naming thing back as well. Yeah, I think last stream too. Oh, by the way, so since I got Escoffier, I've gotten back on the battle pass. Yeah, since I got Escoffier, I've gotten back on the battle pass. I already had one deathmatch that was just like sitting there, you know, like this whole time, dude. Before I got Escoffier, I'd completely stopped getting the battle pass, like ever since. Cause like, okay, I did not immediately get the battle pass when I started Genshin. I started Genshin about 2 weeks after the game came out, and I think I started the battle pass around maybe 2 months. I think after about 2 months after I started playing, and then I got the battle pass like 5 times straight, 5 times in a row straight, nonstop. And then at some point, like stuff happened, and like I had to stop. Like I couldn't actually afford it anymore. Yeah, and same thing with the Welkin as well. Same for the Welkin. I stopped for like several years until like I think about a year or so ago, when things have finally stabilized and I could actually afford to. I started to get back on the battle pass. Sorry, not the battle pass, the Welkin, and I've been on the Welkin since. Just on my main account. I kind of can't afford to get all of it for all my accounts. But since I got Escoffier, oh yeah, that's right. Like, so 5 times in a row, I got myself four, like way back there, then like a couple of years ago, before I stopped getting the battle pass. So I got myself 4 copies of the Black Sword. I had no idea what I was doing. So like, yeah, 4 copies of the Black Swords. I have one R4 Black Sword, and at some point, like at that point, I heard that the black sword was actually terrible. But not necessarily that the black sword is terrible. It's just that there just weren't any good characters at the time that could use the black sword. So at some point, I decided I heard I understood. I finally started to learn how to play the game, and I actually found out that like deathmatch was actually such a good weapon. Deathmatch and serpent spine, and so I went and got myself a deathmatch after I finally accepted that my kaching was not gonna get any better than kaching at the time. So I got myself a deathmatch, and then the month after that, stuff happened. Couldn't afford any of it anymore, so I completely stopped. And until recently, when I got Escoffier, and that's why I have an R2 deathmatch now. Now, this is the second battle pass that I've gotten since I restarted last patch, and I decided to get myself a serpent spine instead for now, just for now, because I actually noticed I have no like okay, I have 0 crit rate claymores. I think there might be one of them down here. No. Yeah, no, I guess not. Yeah, okay. Like maybe some of the 3 stars, sure. But yeah, I have 0 crit rate claymores. So I thought, well, what if in the next, I don't know, with like before the next battle pass cycle can come, I might all of a sudden want a crit rate claymore. Right, so I'm like, okay, well, I might as well. Anyway, Escoffier getting stronger. Can wait. Escoffier is plenty strong for now already, so she can wait a little longer. There are no F2P crit rate claymores. That is absolutely true. I want the Pyro Archon. Oh, wait, what? Mia? You've been playing Genshin again? Who is this character? When did it come out? Was it the very last patch? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, 5.6. Okay, so now we're in 5.7, and Escoffier here came out literally in 5.6. It feels like it was a long time ago, but it's because Escoffier came out in the first half of 5.6. And here we are almost at the second half of 5.7. So yeah, Escoffier came out in 5.6, first half 5.6. There are no FTP. I also started playing again. Huh. Alright. Hey, you know what? I can't blame you, man. I honestly can't blame you. I honestly can't blame you. Anyway, why I wanted to share that is because I'm actually I did my like I put Serpent Spine on my Ascension tracker, and apparently I have most of what I need. And if depending on luck here, I actually might be able to get everything I need. I do need to craft some stuff first. How many of the big ones do I need? 18. Okay. I had a 3-day holiday. I was getting bored. It's the one day right now. Okay. You know, dude, that is actually... So every now and then, like, when I think about logging into Genshin, and I think about, okay, well, when I log in, like, for example, like, in the afternoon, or whenever I have some free time, I think about, okay, what do I do? Well, I don't feel like playing a game of StarCraft against bots right now. Maybe later. So, what else can I do? Okay, like maybe YouTube. I look at my subscription feed and I'm like, I've already like watched all the stuff that I actually find interesting. I'm like, okay, so no YouTube, and then okay, well, how about rewatch some anime, like some of my favorite anime. I have actually been somewhat doing that. Like, but usually I don't rewatch like from start to finish. Usually I just like to rewatch like some of my favorite episodes and stuff. Like for example, recently I rewatched um Garden Shadow Garden. What is that anime again? Eminence. Yeah, the Eminence in Shadow. I rewatched the Eminence in Shadow, but I only watched one episode. It was just that one episode where Sid fought Beatrix and the redhead. Like I don't know why, but I love like just Sid trashing on the two. But at the same, like it's such a I think it's such a good fight because like it actually shows that the two are really strong. Like Beatrix and the redhead are really strong. Well, except for the redhead, like she's like yeah, I mean like she is like in their universe, but like compared to well the powers that be, Beatrix was just in it for a good fight. I'm subscribed to like seven seven people, so my subscription feed gets old very quickly. Hey, you know what? I actually respect that. I respect that you have very few subscriptions, because like some people go ham on subscribing to like everyone that they watch one video of, and they're like, huh, this was good. Subscribe, right? And like a couple years down the line, right? A couple years down the line, they scroll down through their subscriptions, and then there's like 1,000 channels in there. Like how my god, that is crazy that people do that. Like for me, I really like to I really want to what's the word I'm looking for? Haler? There's a better word that I'm looking for that I'm just not being able to think of right now. I really want like my subscription feed to be like to be only like very specific channels that I actually want to see more content of. And every time I watch a video and I consider subscribing, I always go to their channel first and look at their other content to see if it's actual content that I'd like to watch more of. So while I think I might have over 100 subscribed to channels now. Some of them are like dead channels, and I just prefer not to unsubscribe because, like, you know, for nostalgia's sake. Um, there's really only like about maybe 10 or 20 that are like still actively uploading, and I really only watch about maybe 5 or 10 of them. Like when 5 or 10 of them upload, like I watch some, like maybe one or two I watch almost every video of, and then like the other 3 or 4 I hardly ever watch their regular uploads. But you're watching Eminence, but not Lord of Mysteries. I mean, I dabbled a little bit. It's okay. I mean, like it's good, like objectively, but it's just not my type. If I get a notification from a channel and I'm not instantly excited to watch that video, I usually unsubscribe. You watched it? Yeah. I mean, like first episode, and then I was like, yeah, okay. Honestly, like it sort of like it went in my mind. It sort of just faded in my mind. Like I watched it and I'm like, okay. But you know, I'm not saying that it wasn't good. Like objectively, I think there are a lot of things that are good about it. I feel like the writing is really good. It's hard to explain, but I can really feel like the writing is really good. $15. I need 15 of the big ones. Oh, I guess I have plenty of these, actually. $27 of these things. Okay. Okay, I guess I don't need to craft those. Alright, the ascension mats then. How many do I need? I need 4 of the big ones, which I actually don't know if I have any yet. One is the one that gives bonuses, right? 25% to refund, sure. Alright, cool. We're off to some kind of start. Let's see. I need to make 9. Oh my god. Okay, this is the part that actually needs luck. A bunch of luck. Because if I don't get lucky enough here, I'm gonna come up short. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, alright. If I do not get lucky here. God. That was awful. Okay, and I need 9 of these. Come on. Okay, I got 2, which means I can craft 1 extra. Will that 1 extra help me? Hang on. I need to craft 1 more. 8. Oh. Wait. How many of the small ones do I need? Hang on. 3. Oh, wait. I think I can. Okay. If I craft 1, I get 8. I craft 1 more. Yeah, okay, okay. We're good, we're good. Oh, nice. Oh, nice, nice. Alright. So 4, 4, 9, 9, 13. 4, 9, 9, 13. Alright, we're good. I got it. Alright. I got everything I need. Hey, what's up, guy whose name I still can't read? How you doing, man? I'm sub to 13 people. 2 are dead channels and 4, sorry, what was that? Upload once per month. I pulled the Chi-Chi. Oh my god. Sorry to hear that, man. Yunji. I'm a she. Well, that doesn't matter to me, man. I'm just that kind of guy. I call everyone man or dude. Like, it's like my way of neutralizing everyone. Eminence cannot be compared to Lord of Mysteries. Oh yeah, no, no. Like, Eminence is in my opinion, Eminence is like really shallow. Honestly. Eminence is really, really shallow. The only reason why I like Eminence and Shadow is because, like, oh my god, the Shadow Garden. Every Shadow Garden member is a very big reason. Shadow Garden is like probably like 60% of the reason why I love it. The story itself is it's it doesn't stimulate the brain, honestly. The story itself honestly does not stimulate the brain. I have your Aoife, you're literally Aoife. Is that does Aoife do that? Wait, really? You know, okay, what's funny by the way? Yunji, okay. Yunji, what's funny by the way is when Aoife, so remember when Aoife got released, his VA hosted the special program. Like everyone was calling me Aoife. Everyone was saying I sounded like Aoife, and I was like, "What? Like what?" Oh, I mean, and then I listened to his voice, and I was like, "Well, kinda, I guess. It's not 100%, but it's close." Are you even hearing yourself, bro? Jeez. Oh, hey, what's up, Chungi? It's time for me to pull E1 Mavuika. E1. Oh. E is not Genshin. What game is that? Is that ZZZ? Or is that Star Rail? Why do I not have a ranking? Yeah, you're right. Like, you've been chatting a lot. I actually don't know what gives you XP. What does give you XP? Because, like, from what I remember, Yunji wasn't here last stream. So he could not have been gaining XP yet from last stream. So he literally came in, was number 2, sent one message, and then was number 1. Oh wait, I forgot it's C1. What game is E? Is that um Star Rail or ZZZ? Okay, where is well, it's gonna be a while before I can find it through there, so I'm gonna look through it through here. Okay, there it is. Alright, I might not use this anytime soon, but I'm willing to bet that this weapon is gonna come in really handy one of these days. Especially because, like, really, like, Serpent Spine, man, it's a day 1 weapon. It came out with the game, when the game launched. But, like, even today, it's still a really highly valuable weapon. The only reason why people don't talk about Serpent Spine as much is because the fact that it's a Battle Pass weapon, and not everyone has the Battle Pass. And another one is, like, it takes so long to get it to R5. And I mean, like, I'm not saying that R1 isn't good already. R1 is still really good. But since it's a 4-star weapon, then ideally to min-max it, like, ideally you want to get it to R5. And it takes, like, what, 5 patches? That's more than 5 months to get it to R5. Plus the fact that a lot of the Claymore characters that we have now, a lot of the good ones at least, the good ones, we actually don't have that many good Claymore characters. That's one big reason why not many people talk about Serpent Spine. Another big reason why people don't talk about Serpent Spine as much as I think they should, is because a lot of the a lot of the few good Claymore characters we have in the game just so happen to be able to take advantage of and or are actually, like, their best in slot artifact sets give them crit. Like, so okay, character archive, shoot, there you go, and Claymore, there you go. Okay, Gaming, especially if you have Frina. You don't need Frina. Gaming has his own way to, like, decrease his own HP, so that you can actually take advantage of Marchese Hunter. But especially even better with Frina, and a healer. But yeah, right. So Gaming, you already have 36% crit rate from Marchese Hunter. Who else? Kinich, Obsidian Codex, 40 crit rate. Navia. Well, if you have Farina, you can. If you have Farina, if you have Farina, then okay, Marchese Hunter, and then everyone else just, like, doesn't matter. Business lot is Crimson Witch. Yeah, I guess that's why I see a lot more Gaming players use Serpent Spine, because it's Crimson Witch. Do your research. I mean, dude, Gaming is such a strong character, and yet, like, look at my Gaming. My Gaming's literally, I don't think he's level 1. I think he might be level 20. Nope, he is level 1. Right? Just because, like, mostly because, like, I don't have C6. And I know Gaming's still really, really good even at pre C6, but when I get him to C6, I'll probably raise him. But I still don't have him at C6, so I won't. Oh, hey, what's up, Grant? How you doing, man? I wish there were more Claymore characters. Oh, dude, what's... Alright. Okay, hang on. Where... Can I see those here? Can I see the rewards here? I guess not. No. Okay. Oh, wait, I think I can. Oh, yes, I can. Nope. Oh, yeah. There it is. Okay. Alright. Okay. Weapons, right? Okay, cool. Alright. We have, okay, Pyro Sword users, Pyro Claymore, Pyro Polearm, blah, 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 blah. We have all of those, right? We don't have a Hydro Claymore user. Why do we have this? Why do we have this in the game? Literally, no one can use this. I mean, I guess it's there for, like, when that day comes. Is there spine okay on for Mavuika? It's good. It's good. But like the hard part about it, because like remember, Mavuika's best in slot artifact set is Codex. Right? Now technically, again, you can use lots of other sets, but ideally you want to be on Codex. And I think the difference between Mavuika's best in slot artifact set, which is Codex, and her second and third best and like non like better artifact sets, but not best in slot, is not like so big, but they're not the difference between her best in slot artifact set and her second best in slot artifact set is not so big, but it is quite noticeable. I think that is so obviously like Obsidian just fits her really well, right? But I think the another big reason for that is like just because Mavuika's damage ceiling is so high, like the number is just, like especially because the way she does damage, right? Like she has one giant number that she does in a single hit, and she has like several, and when I say several, I mean not many. You know, not like Skirk, for example, who does like a lot of like smaller hits, and it all accumulates to a lot of DPS over time. Mavuika does like slower several big hits, right? Like her, like especially if you melt it or vape it, like her, like when she does donuts, right? She like even at FTP levels of investment, you can easily do like 100 or 200k vapes like on her while doing donuts, right? Like even at FTP levels of investment, you can easily do like up to like even like 500,000 vape or melt damage on Mavuika, right? So just because those numbers, the numbers that she shows are so big, the difference between her best artifact set and her second best artifact set, despite not being insignificant, but also not being so big, but also not being so small, it feels a lot bigger than it actually is, because she like the way she does damage, the way her damage is distributed like across her field time is like it's fewer big numbers, so it feels a lot more obvious. After C6 Fruitful Hook, you get like 40 crit rate from passives. Wait, Fruitful Hook? What does Fruitful Hook do again? Fruitful Hook is this thing, right? Wait, no, what? What is Fruitful Hook? Is that an event claymore? Why does that sound so familiar? What is Fruitful Hook? Craftable? Is that a craftable? Or, oh, Fruitful Hook. Okay, I'm an idiot. Limited 4-star, right. So it's like on a banner. Yeah, it's like banner only 4-star. Okay. Yeah, and I don't know, like if you're still in chat, Grant, please let me know so I can stop yapping about this. But if you're not, then okay, I guess I'll stop yapping about it. Anyway, so yeah, like and remember, Serpent Spine, while not the lowest base attack a 4-star can have, it is like lower. It is on the lower side, right? It's not like five. How much base attack does Serpent or no, not Serpent Alley Flash have? 610, I think. Yeah, 610. Right. That is the highest base attack a 4-star can have in the game. And among the higher ones, like before Alley Flash came out, the highest base attack a 4-star used to have was 565. And the thing about a high base attack weapon means that the secondary stat is lower. And because Serpent Spine is a sort of midway or on the lower side of base attacks, for a 4-star is 510, you get a lot more crit rate out of it. So 27 crit rate. So, like, okay, with zero substats, zero crit rate substats, excuse me, Serpent Spine, between Serpent Spine and just Codex, Obsidian Codex, you're already at 67.6 crit rate, right? And if you, I guess maybe if you can somehow dodge like so many crit rate rolls in your artifact rolls, then I guess it's okay. Like maybe if you get like max, I don't know, like 10, 15 crit rate across all your 5 artifacts, then I guess that's cool, right? Like 67 plus, let's say 15, you have like what, 82, I think. 82 crit rate is fine, right? And like you're on a crit circlet, a crit damage circlet, and like the rest of your artifact, the rest of your rolls are like just a bunch of like 30 crit damage substats. Then okay, you're rocking, right? You get 50 base, and say for example, I don't know, let's say you get lucky, right? Like all like your flower, feather, sands, and goblet all have like say I don't know 30 crit rate, 30 crit rate, right? So what is that? Like 3 times 4, 120. So now you're at 170 plus 62 crit damage from your crit damage circlet. So you're rocking like what 200 shoot, I lost the number. What were the numbers? Okay, like 170. Okay, 170. Yeah, you're already like 230, right? You're already somehow at like 82, 230 crit damage. Not bad. Not bad. But again, that's if you can somehow dodge a lot of your crit rate rolls in your artifact sets. Otherwise, you're just going to overcap on crit rate. Especially because, okay, another thing too is, for example, if you don't have Sitlali, for example, right? If you don't have Sitlali, then if you don't have Sitlali, then there's a chance that you might, like, if you really want Melt Mavuika, you might run Mavuika with Rosaria. And the thing about Rosaria is, remember, Rosaria has a passive where she shares part of her crit rate. Not sure which one it was. Oh, here, this thing, right? So yeah, Rosaria shares 15% of her crit rate to the team. So when you use your burst, when you use your burst, she shares 15% of her crit rate. She doesn't give 15% crit rate, but she shares 15% of her crit rate with the team for 10 seconds. So if, like, say, for example, you have a decent build on her, say she has like 70% crit rate, 15% of 70 is, okay, you get 10%. So your 82 crit rate is now 92%. And let's say, I don't know, just throwing I'm just throwing out ideas here that could potentially make this terrible, right? Make that could potentially make putting Serpent Spine on Mavuika not a good idea. Say for example, okay, let's say you have 2 cryo characters on the team because, like, I don't know, you really like Melt Mavuika and you really want to melt as many of her hits as possible, and you don't want to bother with like timing it, right? You just want as much cryo application on your team as you can put in there. So you have Rosaria in there and you have Sitlali. Now you have cryo resonance. Now you have cryo resonance, which means if you have extra another 15% crit rate against enemies that have cryo on them. So now your 92 crit rate is over 100. You're now at 107% crit rate, and that 7% crit rate above 700 above 100 that you have. Uh, that's like, what is that? 14 crit value. And if you somehow like were able to like move that into crit damage, that's like another 14 crit damage. It's not a lot, but it's also not insignificant. That's like 2 crit damage rolls. No, my Kenichi's crit rate is 19.1. Well, that's probably before Obsidian Codex. Hey, what's up, Nash? How you doing, man? That's probably before Obsidian Codex, so it's understandable. 19 plus 40, so you're at 59 realistically, so you're fine. Hey, what's up, Wayne? How you doing, man? I got 20 pulls, a 50-50, 61 pity, and a dream for the next weapon banner. Sorry, 20 pulls, 50-50 on the weapon banner? I'm confused. You have a 50-50. Oh, okay. You're trying to decide whether or not to pull on these banners or maybe Mawika's banners. And then you're trying to... Mawika's banner. And you're trying to think between wishing for a character or wishing for a weapon. I don't know. Just guessing. I want 1,000 blazing... I mean, like, I can't blame you. Honestly, I want the weapon too. I want Mawika's weapon too. Honestly... Well, okay, question. Nash. What claymore... What claymore do you have your Mawika on right now? And what are your other claymore options right now? What are your claymore options now? I swear I'm gonna tweak out. I mean, like, try leaving and then coming back, Ali. Maybe it'll fix it. I have 193 pulls. I want Mawika and her weapon. Oh, geez, that's a lot of weapon. Or that's a lot of pulls, man. It's a lot of pulls. Honestly, I think if you have some good weapons for your Mawika, like, I don't know, say for example, if you have Gravestone, for example, if you have okay, I know I spent the last like 5 to 10 minutes yapping about how not a Serpent Spine isn't a bad weapon for Mawika. In fact, it's actually good. It's just really hard to make sure that you don't waste stats with like on your Mawika while like putting Serpent Spine on your Mawika. But Serpent Spine is actually a really good weapon on her. So if you have Serpent Spine or if you have Gravestone, what else? In fact, like even the Natlan craftable Claymore is pretty okay on her. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not great, but it's not bad. My keyboard's tweaking. What? I think you're subscribed, right? Is this what justice means to you? Answer me, RJ. Justice? What is wrong? Why aren't you gaining any XP? You're chatting up a storm and From what I understand, I asked someone, like one of the guys who was watching the stream, last stream, and I asked him what he noticed was giving him like this XP thing. And he said, like one of the things that he said that he noticed was giving him XP was just sending messages in chat. Waiting 30 minutes each floor before starting the combat and Serpent Spine to max out the stacks on Serpent Spine before starting. Yeah, because honestly, especially if you don't have Sitlali, I think Mavuika C1 might be a bigger upgrade for Mavuika. Again, I'm not a math guy, but I just look at Mavuika's C1, and honestly, it looks like a much bigger upgrade for her than her signature weapon. But like um, there are a lot of ifs. Like for example, if you've found yourself using Mavuika a lot as just an off-fielder, then I think you will get a little more value out of her signature weapon versus C1. Um, Let me think. Hmm. Um, if you have Sitlali and you have Zelonin, and you find yourself very often, like almost always, running Mavuika with Sitlali and Zelonin, you will still gain damage from this, but not as much. Not as much. If, for example, like me, for example, I don't have Sitlali, so the only best teammate for the only good teammate that I can very consistently team up with my Mavuika that to help her generate fighting spirit is Zelonin, and Zelonin's E plus Mavuika E isn't enough to max out her fighting spirit. um it will max it out, but only like if I take so long to like do a setup, and I get to the point where I like Mawika's like E runs out and am able to cast it again, then I'll have max fighting spirit, right? But that's a stupid rotation, and at that point I've already lost damage. I've already lost DPS. Um, if you are in that situation, like that you don't have Sitlali or you don't have any plans of pulling for Sitlali, but you do find yourself constantly running your Mavuika with Zelonin, then C1 will I don't know if C1 alone will allow one Mavuika E and one Zelonin E to max out Mawika's fighting spirit. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know the math on that, but it's probably pretty close. If it's not max, then it's probably pretty close to max. Again, plus the bonus thing, because like your max fighting spirit is increased. Then yeah, in that situation, if you're in that situation, then you're gonna get a lot more um, from getting C1 versus Mawika's signature weapon. Oh, Mona first, ride in the same temple. Okay, well, what's your question? I'm not seeing a question. The other account also doesn't have a ranking. Oh, really? That is so weird. Maybe it's a regional thing? I don't think so. I mean, like Wayne is chatting up a lot too, and he doesn't seem to be getting a rank. You know, I find it funny that some people like to flex getting lucky. Honestly, it's just like there every now and then there are some random people that come into chat. There are some random people that come into chat. Like honestly, like they clearly aren't even like interested in coming in here and like hanging out or whatever, right? They just came in here to like I don't know whatever, right? Like to to flex what little muscles they had. Uh, like to flex the one time they got lucky. Across 5 years of playing Genshin. Like I just I don't know. I find it so pathetic. Like, man, like did you really not have anything else in your entire life to rub into other people's faces? Like just, you know, the only thing that went right in your life was just you got lucky. It wasn't even like, dude, like Genshin RNG isn't even like skill based. Like you had nothing to do with getting lucky. It just happened. Right? Like some people like to come in here and like and the way that they do it too is like so it makes them so seem so much more desperate for attention. Like they come in and say they don't want to like in your face flex. They try so hard to like flex without seeming like they're flexing. You know what I mean? Like they say something like I got I was on 50-50 and I got Mavuika in 5 pulls. Is that good? And like and like the fact that you mentioned 50 you were on 50-50 and you counted how many pulls it took you clearly tells everyone that you know how the wishing system works. And the fact that you're asking whether that's good or not is so I was just asking. Yeah, I know. You're cool with me, Wayne. It just like because you mentioned that you're like, oh no, I'm not flexing. Because yeah, I understand. Because like the Genshin community can be a little sensitive at times. Like right, like you mentioned something good happened to you, and you're like, oh, like this guy's like, what a pig, what a pig, like he's flexing, the guy's clearly lying, right? And every now and then, like in fact, like dude, another thing that I've noticed too is like every now and then there are people that just come in here and like are just chatting and hanging out and talking about like random stuff, and then like all of a sudden they'll start talking about like, oh, I gotta go log into the game and do my dailies with my C6 R5 Mavuika. And I'm like, okay, you're number one, you're clearly lying. Number two, uh, everyone needs to know about that. Why? And like it's fine if you've been here for like if you know a lot of these guys, if you know a lot of the people that are in chat, and like you all know each other. So like we like you know like you have like a certain kind of relationship with these people that like these people know that, oh, you're the kind of player that just likes to talk about all your how many characters you have at C6R5 whatever. But like if you're just a random dude that nobody knows the name of, you've hardly talked to these people, or like this is your first time talking to these people, then well, okay, good for you that you have a an imaginary C6R5 character. Good for you. Sorry, by the way, Wayne. I didn't notice. You said you had a question. Am I just blind, or did I completely miss the question? Got Mona, Raiden, same temple. So is it a win or a loss? Hang on. Raiden pulls. Wait, what? Uh, 20 pulls. Technically, I think I lost one. I mean, like, you don't necessarily count. Okay, technically, you lost, right? There was a loss because you lost 50-50, right? But you count how many pulls it took you to get what you wanted. That's how you decide if it was a quote unquote win or a loss. Because win and lose isn't defined in the game's wishing system. I mean, there are the words win slash lose, right? Like the 50-50 thing, right? Technically, you lost 50-50. And if your question, your question seems to be, was it a win or a loss? Because I lost 50-50, but I also got it like in like much fewer pulls than usual, right? So like, what is like win or lose is up to you, right? At least like in this context, the way that you're asking, that you seem to be asking your question. I can level 62, and boy, he does nothing, even with the Obsidian Codex, even if they're all leveled up to the max. Yunji, you're gonna have to do quite a lot of. Wait, Yunji, what adventure rank are you at? From what I remember, you're a fairly new-ish player. Not super new, but like pretty new. That's what I remember. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Oops. He's wondering if he has guaranteed for the next 5-star. Oh, I see, I see. I mean, yeah, no. If Mona came before Raiden, then you're not on guaranteed. Like, overall, it was still a win, because, like, you got the character you wanted in not very many pulls. And while it wasn't a bad result in the end, it could have been better, right? Like, for example, you could have just straight up won your 50-50 and got your another 5-star in that same number of pulls, but that second 5-star just so happened to have been a 50-50 loss, right? If you got Mavuika, sorry, who was it? If you got Raiden first, which would have been a 50-50 win, and then you got Mona, which would have been your next 5-star, but clearly, obviously, is a 50-50 loss, then that would have been an even bigger win, right? I mean, like, clearly you didn't lose, but you also could have won even harder. if if that makes sense. You could have won even harder. But again, it was still overall a pretty good deal. Rank 43 currently. Rank 43? Rank 43 on what? Used to be an old user, 2021, quit 2022, got bored. Okay, what is this? People keep talking about ranking and stuff. What ranking are people even talking about? Is it like Akasha, I guess? You know, sometimes I find it odd that like people like in Genshin, people like to play Genshin quote unquote competitively, right? Like using this the Akasha ranking system. Wait, what the heck am I doing? Wait, what? I can't farm. Hmm. What have I been doing? Have I just been fighting it over and over again? I can't farm artifacts here anymore? Hang on. Am I an idiot? Did I already claim artifacts? I've been yapping and looking at chat and just like randomly fighting the boss over and over again, but I haven't actually been paying attention whether or not I've been claiming a ley line thing for artifacts. Outbreak ended. Okay. Okay, so I mean like that's the thing though. I had no idea what the outbreak thing was. Was the outbreak thing just the bonus artifact every 120 resin, or was it? Yeah, I had no idea. I didn't know that it was actually like, you know, that you can't actually farm artifacts here anymore. I didn't know. Okay, man. You know, I was actually looking forward to the this thing, disturbance outbreak thing, to be only the bonus 120 but the bonus artifact every 120 resin. And I was honestly kind of hoping that we could keep farming artifacts through Onslaught in like indefinitely. Indefinitely. And that, you know, once this thing ended, you just wouldn't get a bonus artifact every 120 resin. Honestly, I wished that they'd made it like that. Is man, it's such a refreshing. It's so refreshing being able to farm artifacts through something that isn't like, I don't know. What word do I want to use here? Like soul crushing? No, not soul crushing. Brain melting? No, that's wrong. I'm trying to like. It's just so boring. It's just so boring to farm through domains. You can farm what? You can farm for Raiden using Raiden. You can farm for Raiden using huh? What? What does that mean, Ali? Can you tell me your experience with Mavuika? I heard lots of people don't like her. Well, the quote unquote don't like about her, I think that people that you are hearing from most people. Now, I can't speak for the entire community, right? Because like the Genshin community is huge, right? The Genshin community is huge, so it's very likely that there are gonna be a lot of people that have very different opinions about why they like or don't like Mavuika. I just like Mavuika for her numbers, but I don't like her design. I don't like her character design. In fact, I want Dia's character model to be the Pyro Archon. I think Dia looks a lot more attractive to me. Like no, like I swear, I'm serious. I think Dia looks a lot more attractive to me, and I wish Dia was actually the Pyro Archon. Uh, the like Mawika's animations I don't like. So I don't like Mawika's character design, and the fact that she rides a bike, like the fact that she like wears whatever she's wearing, and her proportions. I'm sorry, by the way, Wayne. Like if you're a lady, obviously Wayne sounds like a dude name, so like I'm gonna assume that you're a dude. Um, but like I don't like Mawika's proportions. I mean, obviously that one is a lot more subjective, right? Obviously that part of it is a lot more subjective, but I don't like Mawika's proportions. I like Dia's more. And so Mawika's character design and her like characterization of this this biker girl, to me, it doesn't fit in Tivat. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't fit into that. It doesn't belong into that, and it seems so out there, and it breaks the illusion for me. Her so this one though is a little more on the objective side. I don't like the way, like the fact that her her best, like you said, no, what's the word I'm looking for, like rotation, no, not rotation, like yeah, I guess, yeah, her best rotations involve spamming charged attacks. I mean, not just spamming, but like a mixture of charged attacks, but like it mostly comes from her charged attacks. Charged attacks after you do Mawika burst. I like the burst. It feels satisfying. Like I like the whole like the short pause of anticipation in her burst animation, and then the like the big juicy big number, right? I like that, but I don't like that after that you have to do donuts. Now my problem with the donuts is because she's on a bike, dodging enemy hits feels a lot more clunky, because like when you okay, normally if you're on a normal character like Shenhe here, if I sprint I can sprint and I can just like, right, I sprint and then pick directional key, right? Whereas with Mawika, when whatever direction Mawika was facing, when I press the sprint button, she's gonna sprint that way, and I can't like change her direction mid sprint, right? Like I can't, like it's just a lot more clunky to position correctly. And I understand that's like something that you can easily fix with quote unquote skill. But if other characters didn't have that problem, then why did Mawika? Right? Like if I didn't need to learn that with for the other characters, then why do I have to learn it for Mawika? Right? That's a little more on the objective side. And again, obviously, I can just like I can just get better. I guess like I can just get used to it. But I still would have preferred that I didn't have to. Found out a very sad thing. What sad thing? Is Mawika good? I have Mona, Shangling, Ranshogun, Zilonin. I don't have Bennett. Should I pull for her? I think you still should, Wither Boss. I think you still should. Because, like, even without Bennett, there's still, like, Mawika's numbers are just good enough that you can still make her one of probably the best damage dealer on your account. Even if you don't have her best team. Just because Mawika's numbers are just that good. And you know, just the fact that like even though you don't have Bennett now, you probably like, hang on, who are the other characters you mentioned? Well, you already have Zilonin, one of Mawika's better teammates. You also have Shangling, right? Like Shangling can also be one of Mawika's better teammates, right? You are just one or two characters away from getting Mawika's best team, right? When you get a Bennett, there you go. Your Mawika's already all of a sudden so much more better, right? Whereas like one day, if you decide to skip her now, and like sooner or later you are gonna get a Bennett, right? It's gonna happen to everyone. Then you don't have Mawika, and you're like, okay, now I have a Bennett. Now, who do I make stronger with Bennett? Who do I use? Who do I? Yeah. Who do I get? Like, who? Which of my characters do I make? Do I improve now that I have Bennett? And because you chose to skip Mavuika, then now you got no one. Obviously, it's not just Mavuika, right? But like, still, Mavuika is one of the characters that you get a lot of value out of Bennett from. It's 12. Did I? Oh, I forgot to. Oh, hang on. I'm an idiot. Hang on. Um, what day is it? I've actually been so it's Saturday. I'm raising some weapons on my account. And I need to farm some mats. Okay. I need to farm some mats. So I'm looking at my ascension tracker here. I'm alt tabbing and Saturday. Okay, so apparently I need to farm the Mondstadt artifact domain. Or no, not artifact domain, weapon ascension domain to raise my skyward spine. With their god ranking. Oh my god. What is wrong with it? Okay, Ali, how about Ali, if wait, no, you're like okay, you seem to be typing and like well, okay. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. The fact that Ali, you're typing and like you're hardly using like uppercase letters. Either you're watching and chatting on PC, like on a browser. You're watching YouTube on a browser right now, or you turned off your auto uppercase thing on your mobile device's keyboard. And if you're on mobile, then maybe you need to update your YouTube app. Maybe I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas here. Maybe you need to update your YouTube app. Because typically, when I see people chat, send messages in chat, and I can see that like almost every time the very first letter of their every message is uppercase, then that's like a big clue that tells me that oh this guy's on mobile and he didn't bother like changing the settings on his keyboard on his mobile keyboard. Oh hey, what's up, Inoko? How you doing, man? Aaron hyped up Arlecchino that I used to think Arlo is better than Mavuika. Thanks for clarifying. Um, well, yeah, I mean, like, okay, Arlecchino is still really, really good. Everyone, so if you ask anyone who knows anything about Genshin combat with her, um, everyone's TLDR answer will be that Mavuika is better than Arlecchino. And that is true for the most part. That is true for the most part, but uh, the more accurate answer to that is that Mavuika's damage ceiling is just quite a lot higher than. But please let me know, by the way, if you're not sure what damage ceiling means. By the way, because like I like your name doesn't sound familiar to me. I apologize if you've been here before and I just don't remember. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm an old dude. Okay. Um, but if it is actually your first time here today, then yeah. Forgive me if I don't know like whether how familiar you are with like Genshin's combat mechanics and stuff. Uh, but yeah, Mavuika's damage ceiling is just significantly higher than Arlecchino's damage ceiling. Um, so that's why like almost anyone that you ask, anyone who knows anything about Genshin's combat mechanics, uh, will give you like a TLDR answer that Mavuika is better than Arlecchino. And for the most part, it is true. And you won't find anyone who will disagree with that. The only difference between them is that they're both good, right? Like if you decide to skip Mavuika because you're waiting for Arlecchino, that's not a bad idea. If you're gonna skip Arlecchino because you're waiting for Mavuika, that's also not a bad idea. Like having one of them on your account is already really good. Either one of them is really really good. Just depends on like what. So number one, like what supports you have on your account, what weapons you have on your account, and like what weapons you are planning to pull for in the future, what supports are like on the horizon. And when I say on the horizon, like sort of like coming soon. Like for example, every now and then we have events where we get free 4 stars and stuff. Every year during Lantern, right? I'm new here also. New in Genshin, AR-47, but I don't know a single thing. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll explain it in a bit. Like for example, every year during Lantern Night is sort of like Chinese New Year in the game. Yo, how do you have 226 fragile resin? Oh, you saw that, huh? Hmm. Well, Wayne, sorry to disappoint you, but that's actually the lowest number of fragile resins I have. Yeah, I know you've been here a while, Wayne. I don't know how familiar you are, but like, I have 3 of my actual accounts, and this is actually the lowest number of fragile resin I have across three accounts. My other 2 accounts have way more than this. Well, not way more, like uh, but not an insignificant amount more. Don't flex. Hey, come on, man. Just give it to me, okay? Just let me have this. Just let me have this. What else am I gonna flex? Right? If you don't let me flex this, what else am I supposed to flex, right? Like I'm supposed to flex like, oh, look at me, I got this really like I got this 50 CV artifact the other day. Like it's completely random, right? Artifact rolling is completely random. How in the world am I supposed to flex that? What I'm trying to flex whenever I say like how many crystal cores I have, how much more I have, how much fragile resin I have, how many artifact boxes I have, is like the amount of discipline I had to I had to I had to display. I had to I guess muster up to what's the word I'm looking for, to keep myself from using all of that. Now he will open up the bag and show the crystal core. Okay, Ali, my dude, you know me really well. As I was talking about my crystal core count, I was actually thinking of like pressing escape a couple of times and pressing B to open up the bag and show my crystal core count. I just decided not to because someone used the Kave hack on my friend. Well, apparently there is currently a Kave hack, but the Kave hack that is in the game right now, it's not, it's harmless. It's harmless. Just restart the game. Like completely close Genshin, and then completely close Genshin. Like exit out of the game. Like close Genshin, and then open it again, and then you'll be fine. Started playing because my friends told me to play, and we started playing together. And a friend of mine spent money for Mavuika. Skirk, he got addicted to gacha. I have to save him. Oh, jeez. Oh, you know what? Hey, Wither. How well do you think your friend knows Genshin's combat mechanics? And my other question is, do you think your friend is spending money to pull for these characters to make his team stronger, or do you think he's just spending money to pull for these characters because he just likes them? Because if it's the second reason, then I don't think there's a way for you to save your friend anymore. But if it's the first reason, then I think there is a way to at least reduce how much money your friend is spending in the game. I'm gonna go play Genshin real quick. Let's go gambling. Oh my god, oh no, Cole, come on. don't do that, man. I don't have Farina, Scalfia, or a job. I must skip. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm so sorry, Wander Kusanagi. That escalated really quickly. I was expecting like, oh, I don't have this character, and this character. Should I pull for this character? Like, I thought that was the direction that was going. And then like you just mentioned, I don't have Farina, Escoffier, or a job. You're like, wow, ooh, that escalated real quickly. Skip Skirk. Well, I don't recommend you borrow money just to spend on video games. So, no, definitely don't. If you have no more primos, then I mean, like, what other choice you got? The question is genuine. I know, I know. That's why. You just caught me off guard, man. You just caught me off guard. I mean, like, what choice do you have, man? Yeah, what choice do you have? I mean, I had to skip Mavuika on my second and third accounts. I have Mavuika on this account I'm on right now. This is my first account. I have Mavuika on this account right now. But I didn't have enough primos for Sitlali. So I had no choice. Right? If you just don't have the money, then obviously, like, what else can you do? Right? Like, oh, I don't have money to buy the Lamborghini that I love so much. So, like, should I just skip it? Like, obviously. Yeah, of course. Of course. Anyway, Ali, what did you think about the thing I mentioned earlier about like, if you're on mobile, maybe your YouTube app needs an update. If you're on PC, then, well, no idea. Is the R52? He's a newbie like me, but I think he wants more power, big numbers. That's why he started pulling. Recently, he's pulling for everyone. Like he pulled Versa, Escoffier, Mavuika, Skirk. I mean, like, as long as you. Well, here's the thing though, because like, dude, if like, okay, I don't know. Okay, you seem to be a new player, right? Like you probably don't know a lot of the OG Genshin content creators, but there used to be this guy called Tenha, uh, and I don't know if you know him. If you in case you don't know him, but like he was one of the big OG Genshin content creators, and like his main like source of content is literally like pulling, like spending money in Genshin, like C6 R5ing every character that comes out, and like instead of doing math to know which one is better, instead he just buys it and then tests it out. That's what he does. And so if your friend is like something like that, like I don't know, like for example, if he's just so rich that spending like $1,000 on every character release is like inconsequential to his finances, then I think you should just let him be happy, right? Like that's his money, right? But of course, if you think it is actually affecting his finances, like it could, yeah, like it could lead him to financial ruin in the future, then obviously, yeah, sure, help him out. But yeah, anyway, like if that's your situation, if you feel like you really need to get him off of like gambling in Genshin, then yeah, he learning more about how to get more damage out of his characters and teams, and supports and weapons, etc., etc. To get more damage out of his account, essentially, is going to help out a lot in by way of giving him less reasons to get big numbers by spending money. You know what I mean? Because like once he knows more about how to get bigger numbers, then he can just get the bigger numbers through knowledge instead of money. I forgot. I opened a bunch of Chrome tabs, and I forgot that I was going to do my daily check-ins. Oh, did I already do today's? Oh, I did. DHCWSP. The guy's a whale, but very much a skilled player. That is true, though. That is true. But like, now a thing too is like, Genshin. While there is a point that skill can get you more power in the game, and while skill, yes, can get you a lot more power, in most games, in modern times, Genshin is very forgiving about stuff like that. Yeah, Genshin's very forgiving because like it is very based on like team rotations, and like swapping to what character when, and positioning, right? So like all of that requires skill, but like it's not like PvP games, for example, where like if you just don't get better, then you won't beat other people, right? It's just you against like literally enemy AI. So just doing things over and over and over again, and like memorizing the rotations, memorizing your positioning. While there is RNG involved, there isn't that much RNG involved when it comes to combat, especially when you're fighting the same exact enemy in the same exact domain. And like the enemy lineups are the same, the enemy positionings are the same, right? You can actually like get really good runs through just a bunch of practice. And I'm not saying that DHCWSP is like not a good player, but like you can actually get runs as good as he does just through like not through skill, but also through constant practice, like just doing things over and over again. Just a lot of time, a lot of patience. Oh hey, what's up, Ryan? How you doing, man? You're here. 6-4. Okay, I'm pretty sure I missed a bunch of messages up there because I was like seeing messages and I wasn't able to respond to a lot of them because I realized I haven't done anything in the game for several minutes. I have enough for Skirk, and I am unguaranteed, but I don't have Farina or Escoffier. Will I regret getting her? Oh, okay. That's a really good question, actually. Wonder. Oh my god, no Farina, no Escoffier. Honestly, that's kind of rough, man. Farina and Escoffier bring out so much power from Skirk. Okay, Wander. I would be able to give you like a much more like objective answer if I knew how to do Genshin math. I could literally just calc out all of that for you if I knew how to do Genshin math, but I can't. So I can't. But here's what I'm gonna tell you, just something from like experience, right? I guess like some people may refer to this as fields crafting, I guess. Um, and okay, yeah, here's my fields crafting take on it. I think Skirk without Escoffier and without Farina feels like is probably in the same category as Raiden National. That's if you have, for example, you have Rosaria, you have Mona, um, who else? Yeah, if you have Rosaria and Mona and who's like another good teammate for Dahlia. Yeah, there you go. Right. If you have Dahlia, Rosaria, and Mona, I think your Skirk team is gonna feel like Raiden. Sorry, not Raiden National. Raiden Overload, like Raiden's best Overload team. That's my feels crafting take on it. That's my feels crafting take on it. Wander Kusanagi. Your last message wasn't. It was a while ago. I hope you're still here to hear that answer. But that's my take on it. 5. Okay, 1. Oh man, it wasn't enough. 1, 5, 5. Okay, well, whatever. That's good. Sorry, Wander. Question. What adventure rank are you, and how long have you been playing Genshin? Uh, Either you answer those questions, or you just tell me how familiar you are with Genshin's combat system. If you can explain that to me, then like I can easily, yeah, like I'd be able to like ideally I want to answer everyone's like combat oriented questions in a way that they can understand. Like I don't just want to talk in the same way that I talk to everyone, right? I don't want to talk to you as if like expecting that you know like everything, right? When I don't actually know, like maybe you don't, right? Or like I don't want to talk to you like you're a newbie when you might be actually really really familiar with everything already, right? So yeah, like if you can explain that to me. Okay. Oh my God. There's a chance. Oh no, I don't think this is happening. I need 3 more gold stuff. Where is this? Shackles. Okay. Oh my God, I mistracked one of them. 3123. Okay, what? How did I add so much more than I actually had? Yep. No. No. No way this is happening. Best I can get right now is probably just level 80. Spine. Okay. Oh, you know what? I need to ascend some stuff first. My God, this mosquito is just laying into me, man. Like one of my left foot is like there's a spot on my left foot that's just really really itchy, and a spot on my right leg that's really really itchy. I'm gonna assume that this piece of garbage mosquito has taken quite a bit of my blood by now. 4 to 5 months, AR 45 for fear? Is it bad to plan to stop playing Genshin in my junior year, RJ? In your junior? Sorry, what do you mean by in your junior year? Hang on. I stopped playing Genshin junior year. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question, Roko. Is it bad? I plan to stop playing Genshin my junior year. What does that mean? Oh, hey, what's up, Wrong? How you doing, man? I didn't get any notification that you went live. Oh, really? That's, well, you know, technology, not great, not perfect, but hey, it works at least, so that's something. Uh, all right, I need to craft stuff. Oh, here, 27. Okay, I got plenty of the other ones. Um, the ruin guard thing. 41. Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I have 41 of this. 27. I have 8. I need to make 19. It's a stupid question. Like, is it bad to stop playing because I'm Genshin based? But like, I need to quit for college, and Genshin's a hobby. Honestly, planning to stop a hobby for college, I don't think that's something that you can plan for. I think it's just something that you just, you do it, and then if it works out, then great. If it doesn't work out, then yeah, like if it's bothering like actual important real world stuff, then time to stop. Yeah, like yeah, just like like if you really like it, then like I recommend you don't stop it. But and then like try it out, see if it negatively affects like real world stuff. And if it does, then okay, stop it, right? But if it doesn't, then hey, why not, right? Why not keep going? Anyone here play Skirk without her premium team? Or the only poor one here? Oh, dude, like, I'm dirt poor. The only reason why I even have the Escoffier and Farina is because I've been playing the game for like, a lot longer. Which means my account has generated way more Primo Gems than, like me doing daily commissions, doing events, um, and like all the other stuff that I've been able to do to generate Primo Gems for my account. That's the only reason why I have them. Yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, that's right, Wander. You asked me earlier, like if Raiden, if like the team that I compared it to earlier was good, and well, good news and bad news. Raiden Overload, right? Raiden's best Overload team, which is Raiden Shogun, um, Xiangling, Bennett, and Chevros, was like the top, was a very very top tier team. In 2023. Honestly, I'm not sure about the years anymore, but but trust me, it was top tier, very much so top tier. Uh, at the point 2024. Okay, yeah, right. So not that long ago, right? So it was very very top tier. Now it is still top tier, but it's not like number one. It's not number five. It's not number 10. but it's still up there, right? If you were to put all the different all the different team archetypes, all the different common team archetypes into if you were to put a no, if you were to make a tier list of all the different team archetypes in the game, Raiden, Raiden's best overload team would still be closer to the top and far from the middle. 8543 crystal cores. Where did you even get those from? I'm crying. Well, hmm. Okay. Okay. Here's the thing, Wayne. You know how like I don't know if you watch any anime. If you do, then hey, great. This will be a lot easier for you to understand this context. But like, you know how like now I haven't watched this anime personally, but I've seen some shorts of it. Apparently, there's this anime of like this where the MC is a girl who did nothing but kill slimes for like 300 years or something like that. Like kill slimes 300 years. That's all I remember of it. So that's sort of what I did. Right? Like imagine imagine if I've been an adventurer in Teyvat for the last 5 years, like since Genshin was released, and like I never wanted to step out of my comfort zone. So like every single day, I go talk to Catherine, accept an adventure quest over there, and the quest is just to collect crystal flies for the last 5 years. That's sort of what I've done. That's sort of what I did for the last 5 years. Now, granted, I haven't farmed crystal flies in, I think, a year now. Yeah, I think it's been a year now. I'm not sure. Uh, that's how. So hopefully that answers your question. Not even 10. That's mega bad. It's not terrible though. Like Wander, it still clears end game content today, albeit with difficulty. And when I say like okay, the thing is though like end game content, especially in 5.7, just got a lot harder, right? Thanks to because Stygian Onslaught got released, and Onslaught's hardest difficulties are like super hard compared to the previous hardest endgame content before, which was Spiral Abyss. And now, at the very least, Stygian Onslaught's the Primo Gems. So that's really what most people are after, right? Primo Gems. At the very least, the Primo Gems from Stygian Onslaught are not very hard to get, because you get, where are the rewards again? Okay, here, right? You do get the all the Primo Gems just from completing the hard difficulty. You don't you don't even have to bother with menacing or fearless difficulty to get, if you know, just to get the Primo Gems. It would be nice to get these sooner or later, but it's a very end game thing. It's a very end game player thing. Right? But like what most players really care about are the Primo Gems, right? Now the hard difficulty in Stygian Onslaught, if I'm feels crafting this correctly, is about as hard, if not a little easier, than Spiral Abyss floor 12. So what makes it easier is that it's only one enemy. It's just a boss. It's just one boss. So as long as the specific boss, because like I'm gonna assume that these bosses are gonna change every cycle to cater to whoever 5-star is rerunning or whoever 5-star is being released at the time. But right, like I'm gonna take a guess that they are going to switch these bosses out, and as long as you as long as not all of the teams that you can potentially put together on your account are hard countered by all three bosses, right? Or like no, not necessarily all three bosses. Like as long as like one of the bosses doesn't hard counter every single potential team that you can put together on your account, then you'll be fine. You don't need to have the best characters that can potentially deal with every single boss to be able to clear hard difficulty. As long as like when you get to the point at some point you're going to be able to get to the point where you're not using most of your resin isn't going into raising characters and talents and weapons anymore. If you play actively and you don't let your resin cap, um, then by the time that you get to AR 55, no, actually before you get to AR 55, like somewhere around AR 50, 53, that's the point where you'll be able to, that's the point where you will have been able to put together and build two or three team archetypes, fully built, talents fully raised, weapons fully leveled, and most of your resin will immediately start going into farming artifacts. And once you start farming artifacts, a couple of months of doing that, depending on what characters you have, what teams you have. Like for example, if you have for example, in this team that I have right now, for example, right, like Skirk's best artifact set is March say Hunter. And if you just so happen to have, say, for just an example, right? If your team is like literally like this, right? Skirk's best artifact set, March say Hunter. Escoffier's best artifact set, Golden Troop. Farina's best artifact set, Golden Troop, right? They all literally come from the same domain. So as long as you are as long as you're a lot of your teams, a lot of your characters use similar no, not similar, like artifact sets that come from the same domain, then it'll just take you like a couple of months to be able to farm uh end game adequate artifact qualities and artifact what what am I trying to say? End game quality. Am I using the wrong words here? I can't seem like my brain is not braining right now. End game level quality artifacts. There you go. End game quality artifacts. That's thank you. Just thank you for making it so much simpler. Yeah, end game quality artifacts. There you go. His brain is not braining. Yep. Hard difficulty equals abyss. Honestly, the okay. I think mathematically, spiral abyss floor 12 is harder, like HP wise, because like depending on the enemy layout, they could really screw you over with enemy layout in spiral abyss in floor 12. Like they could put like the abyss enemies in there that have abyssal shields, and then like put enemies like across from each other, like one on the other side of the arena, and then like you kill that enemy and the next enemy spawns on the completely opposite side of the arena, right? Like they could do stuff like that. So I think mathematically and HP wise, DPS wise, abyss floor 12 is still harder than onslaught hard difficulty. The one thing that makes it so that I'm not I can't say 100% for sure that floor 12 is harder than floor 12 abyss is harder than hard difficulty hard level difficulty onslaught, is that in onslaught you don't start with energy, you start with 0 energy. That's the only, yeah, that's like the one like artificial thing about onslaught that makes it so that I can't say 100% all the time that abyss floor 12 will be harder than hard difficulty onslaught. What brain slash J. How good is the anniversary reward though on Genshin compared to all the other gotcha games in the same industry, Wayne? Genshin is pretty stingy. Genshin is very, very stingy. But it has gotten so much better recently. It's gotten so much better. Like my dude, uh okay, first few years, like first 3 years of anniversaries, we literally got nothing but like so at one point we got 3 pulls. Well, typically we get like 20, right? We get 10 and then we got another 10 in the mail. And then like the special, like every now and then they give us something special. And then like I think it was third anniversary, they give us the usual 20 and then another 3. And that was really depressing. uh but it has gotten way better since the 4th anniversary. They've given us a 5-star selector. Now, unfortunately, it's like we can only pick a standard 5-star, and the while the standard 5 stars aren't all completely useless, some of them are like still do have some value to them, but only to a certain extent, and only in certain situations. But compare that to before, that like it's way better now than before. But again, compared to all the other games, Genshin's probably the stingiest. 23. I can leave 3, 18, so I can make 6. Okay, yeah, I can make 6. Alright, sure. How many of this do I leave? 14. I have 37. I can make 7. Okay, I can make... Okay, I can make 1. Hopefully. Oh, no. Didn't give me a bonus. If it gave me 1 bonus there, I could have made 1 more. But, whatever. I got 15. How many of this will I need? 14. Wow. Huh. Okay, gotta update how many I have. 14. 16. 7. Okay, well, that's something. Yeah, I guess that's something. Oops, no. Better skipper then? Sad. I really needed non-pyro DPS. Hmm. Wanderer. Question. Do you you know what? Can you give me a little bit more info on your account? Like maybe I could, yeah. Like I really want to help you out like a little bit more objectively. Like so do you have Rosaria, Mona, and Dahlia? Well, I guess even if you don't have Dahlia now, like if you decide to go for Skirk, you might get at least 1 copy of Dahlia, and that'll be enough. Ooh, you're a new player. Oh, okay. That's rough. That's rough. You're a new player, which means You don't have this sword. You don't have this sword, don't you? Now, I guess it's okay, like, even if you don't have the sword. But if you had Dahlia and you have this sword, Skirk is just, like, instantly, significantly better. I have, but I gave it to my wife, Clorinde. Okay. Well, hey, you still... I'm trying to give you as many options as possible here, okay? You gave Eshu to Clorinde. Now, sooner or later, if you decide to go for Skirk now, and you do get her, say you do get her, and you get Dahlia as well, and I don't know, like, if you have Rosaria, if you have Mona, um, if not Mona, then, like, if you have well, you're a new player, so I'm gonna assume that you don't have Kokomi, because wow, when have we last seen Kokomi on the banner? I know we recently saw her in the Inazuma Chronicled Wish banner, but, like, when has she actually gotten her own rerun? Man, we haven't seen her in years. Oh, hey, what's up, Mighty? How you doing, man? What does he need help with? He's trying to decide, like, whether to skip Skirk, and go for... Wait, sorry. This conversation's gone on for, like, really long, so I've completely forgotten the other side of this conversation. Are you trying to decide whether you should skip Skirk and go for Mavuika? Or what? Rosaria, Mona, Charlotte, Ganyu. Whoa, you have Ganyu? Huh, okay. Okay, sure. Just skip Skirk or not? Okay. Well, if you do skip Skirk though, like, do you have anyone else? Wait, so who are your current, like, teams right now? Like, who are your current main teams on your account? Like, which characters and teams are carrying your account right now? He is getting to me, and I have no patience against annoying people because basically I'm angry. What? The heat is getting to me. I have no patience against annoying people. I'm angry. Heat. And when you say heat, are you talking about, like, real, like, physical, real world heat? Or is it some other kind of heat? I have a team. I have objectives though. Oh, okay. Well, all right, all right. Can you tell us a little bit about your objectives? Ask me, Skirk is not a safe pull at all. She's the Arlecchino of Cryo, if you know what I mean. She's... Sorry, what? Hang on, I'm trying to... Because, like, it sounds like you're making, like, an argument against Skirk. And while Arlecchino and Skirk do have very similar playstyles, I'm trying to think about, like, something negative about Arlecchino. Because, like, the big negative about Skirk is how team restrictive she is. But then Arlecchino doesn't have that, so I'm trying to... I don't know, I'm confused. Arlecchino was hype and extremely top tier, then Mavuika came, Skirk is gonna be thrown aside by the Cryo Archon. That is true. That is true. I mean, like, it's the same for, like, dude, it's a gotcha game, right? And especially in recent, within the last 1 or 2 years, Hoyo has really ramped up its power creep. Right? I can't. There's nothing I can say to, like, deny that. But, like, if you come in with this mindset of, like, I'm not gonna pull for this character because this character is just gonna get power crept, then when are we gonna pull characters? Right? Because, like, every character is gonna sooner or later get power crept until the game ends, until the game's, like, until the servers die. right? I mean, like, obviously, I'm exaggerating, and obviously, you're not just gonna never pull for characters. Oh, hey, what's up, Shahidraha? Shahidraha, what's up, man? Not sure what language you're using there. Your first message. Frozen team, hi. Best option, hi. Um, Cryo. Well, right now, that would be Skirk's best team. Yeah, there's no other like good end game cryo team right now. I guess like there's Risley, but the gap between Risley and Skirk is really really big. And for Risley to be even able to like clear end game content, your Risley needs and the rest of his team needs to be highly invested into, and you need a Escoffier for Risley to be able to clear end game content and Farina as well. I guess you could go for Melt, Risley. But yeah, like best cryo team right now in the game is Skirk's better teams. Like doesn't have to be Skirk's. It doesn't have to be Skirk's best team, but it at the very least needs to be one of Skirk's better teams. Do you think the Cryo Archon would be a DPS or support or both? Oh, dude, that's actually that's pretty hard to predict, man. Because like every like there hasn't at least none that I can think of. Like maybe there is a pattern that I haven't noticed, but like and I really haven't given this a much thought just yet. But Archons don't really have a pattern. At least none that I could see. Like they haven't had a pattern. Like Venti, 100% support. Right? Zhongli, 100% support. Raiden Shogun, support question mark? Yeah, I get like she's both, I guess. Mavuika, she's more sorry, oh my god, so I'm like wrong person. I promise I didn't do this on purpose, okay? I promise I didn't do this on purpose. I didn't say Farina just yet because I'm saving her for last because like I'm saving the best for last. Okay, relax. Relax. Okay? I didn't skip Farina on purpose. I skipped her for a reason. I'm saving the best for last. Uh Mavuika is more DPS than support. Um, while Farina is more support than DPS. Right, so like there's not really a clear pattern. Now there was this thing that people were talking about a few years ago where the Archons are very similar to slimes. Bro, I forgot to knock her. No, I did not. I did like I specifically said. I specifically said I did not forget her. I probably did, but no, I did not forget her. You could use other 4 stars with the same element. I meant you'll lose big damage, but something is better than nothing. And I wonder, yeah, that is true. That is true, and like, and that's why like I'm really like, I'm. So it's clear that Wander doesn't have a like anywhere close to a top tier team on his account just yet. And just getting his first one, my god, Wander, I was in that same exact situation like a really long time ago, like 5 years ago, when I was only like 1 or 2 months into playing Genshin. I had 1 5-star, and that was Kaching. And believe me or not, believe it or not, but everyone thought that Kaching was the second best damage dealer back in those days. Sorry, by the way. I'm laughing because she's not. In case you didn't know, I'm laughing because she's not. So I'm really advocating that you pull for Skirk. Even though you don't have her best teammates. Right? As long as you have Rosaria an AoE off-field Hydro Applier, like either Kokomi or Mona. Um, and if you're gonna pull for Skirk, there's a chance that you might get at least one copy of Dahlia. And you have Issue, which is really, really good. Right? You have Issue. And I understand it's on your Chlorinde right now, but if you don't mind, you can just give Chlorinde Finale of the Deep. Right? Finale of the Deep is a craftable sword. As soon as you get some billets, some billets, then you can give Chlorinde Finale of the Deep. In fact, honestly, like both of these weapons are good for both Chlorinde and Skirk. The only reason why I'm like pushing a little harder that you put Eshu on Skirk is because if you have Dahlia, it's just so much more fun using Skirk with Dahlia because like she attacks so much faster. Her normal attacks are like go so much faster, and it's just dude like right. Dahlia's kit just fits this passive so perfectly. Because like Dahlia's shield isn't very strong, but because it instantly refreshes the moment it breaks, you will always have a shield on, even if your shield breaks. Right? Even if your shield breaks, up to 4 times. Barbara. I mean, technically, you don't have to. Because you do still get this, right? Like now you are, if you don't heal to get rid of the Bond of Life, then you won't get this passive. You won't get this part of the passive, which is like up to 300 attack, which is not a small amount. But it's also not so big. Or sorry, no, hang on. Bond of Life, maximum 300 attack, ace. Yeah. Right. So it's not an insignificant amount of attack, but it's also not like so big. In fact, like I've been running Skirk on my second and third accounts on Finale to Deep with no healer, and she's doing fine. Now, okay, you know what? Never mind. I'm just gonna shut my mouth. I'm gonna shut my mouth because I have Skirk, I have Escoffier and Farina, so I'm gonna shut my mouth right now. The way you pronounced billets made me laugh for absolutely no reason. How did I say it? But honestly, like, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm going to share my. So earlier I mentioned that I went through the same exact thing. No Farina and Escoffier Onslaught Showcase when. I mean, okay. You know what? I could do that right now, actually. You know what? And as a bonus. Wait. I. I need to go on my second account. Because I don't have a usable. I'm on Hunter. And obviously, like, I can't use Hunter. I can't use Hunter without Farina. Oh yeah, that's right. That's one of the. Yeah, okay. You know what? Hang on. Before I do that, I need to talk about this other advantage. It can be an advantage. It could also be a disadvantage. So Skirk's best artifact sets are Marchese Hunter, and I can never remember the name of her actual like signature artifact set. It's something Finale. Deep. Okay, Finale of the Deep. Okay, Deep Galleries. Right. So this is her other best in slot artifact set. Her other like good artifact sets are So there's like a normal attack artifact set over here. Where is it? I don't know how good it is actually. I don't think it's good, but I also don't think it's terrible. It's a terrible idea to use it. It's a very old artifact set though, so it's like mathematically, it's been power crept a lot, but it's something. It's a normal attack thing. There's also another one in Sumeru. Where is it? I think it's no. Where is it? I think. Oh, this one. No, 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 not that one, not that one. There. Okay, this thing. So I know obviously it's animo damage, right? But it gives you normal attack speed, gives you normal charge and plunging attack damage, right? So it's usable, right? And other than that, Skirk's other like best in slot artifact set is just straight up gladiator, 4-piece gladiator, which you just get from bosses, right? Sooner like eventually you will accumulate enough pieces of this to be able to use like a 4-piece set of it on at least one of your characters. But other than that, yeah, like easily either Merchase Hunter or this thing. Now, so earlier I mentioned this can be like you not having Farina means that you won't be able to take advantage of 4-piece Merchase Hunter, which means you'll either have to go with 4-piece Gladiator if you have one, if you have a working set of it for cryo damage dealer, or you're gonna have to farm this domain. Now, earlier I mentioned it can be an advantage, but it could also be a disadvantage. So, right now, it's like right. So there's the other set in the same domain as it is the one and only like plunging artifact set, right? And it's like a really really strong artifact set for plunge damage dealers. And the best plunging attack damage dealer in the game right now is Veresa, which is one of the which is also a very top tier damage dealer in the game. Like she's like I would say like top 10. So I say top 10, but like that doesn't sound very good. But that actually is like really really good because of like how strong that top 10 is. Like there's like Mavuika, Neuvillette, Skirk, Arlecchino, who else, right? Like there's like a lot, and they're all really really strong. So Veresa is up there. Veresa is up there, and if you don't hate Veresa's playstyle, then sooner or later Veresa is gonna get a rerun, and you might go and pull for her. And you farming this domain for your Skirk means that you're also farming for a future Veresa that you will have in the future, right? So that's the advantage. The disadvantage is if you look at Veresa's playstyle and you think, ugh, right? Like you just hate it, and you commit yourself to never pulling for Veresa. Now that's the disadvantage, because the other set in this domain would be completely useless for you. I hate Veresa playstyle. Okay. All right. Well, I guess there's your answer. Honestly, I hate Veresa's playstyle too, but because her numbers are so good, like I'm honestly reconsidering. Yeah, I'm considering pulling for her when she reruns. Maybe not her very next rerun, but I am eventually planning to get her on my account one day. One day. Um well, one big reason that's like really convincing me, because like I already have I already have Xianyun, which is Xianyun's a plunge attack buffer. Unfortunately, I don't have Xianyun on all three of my accounts. I only have her on my first and third accounts. But I'm still, again, I'm still not sure. Like, only part of me is thinking about getting Veresa one day. So yeah, that's that's the other disadvantage is if you don't have a working 4-piece gladiator set on your for Skirk yet, then and you don't have Farina. Oops. And you don't have Farina, you won't be able to use Merchase Hunter just yet on your Skirk. which means you're gonna have to go with deep galleries. And if you don't ever plan on pulling for Vresa, then the other set in that same domain is just dead to you. I love her playstyle. Speaking of playstyle, I just remembered someone in the last stream asked me, wait, oh, I think it was you, wrong person. Was it you? You asked me to give you like a simplified like guide to to Varisa's playstyle, and then I ended up yapping a lot about related stuff, but I never really ended up like giving you an answer. I think it was you. I think it was you, wrong person. It was me. Oh my god. Alright, I got every character I wanted. After that, I quit. Oh, I get the majority of the characters I wanted. Not bragging. There's only 3 left. I will not say. So chat, don't make me jealous. Get all then quit. Well, that's sort of okay. Okay, so you haven't gotten to this point yet, Wander, but like Genshin, like once you get to endgame, like right, like once you clear all the endgame content in the game, like you can like when theater resets, you do it right away and you get all the rewards. Abyss resets, you do it right away and you get all the rewards, and you do Stygian Onslaught, you do it right away and you get all the rewards. Well, all the reasonable rewards, right? Like not like right, not the weapon skins, right? Because that's for whales. Once you get to that point, there's really nothing else to do in the game. And like obviously I love Genshin. Like it's not a perfect game. It's far from being the perfect game. There are a lot of things in about Genshin that I hate the most out of every video game I've ever played. But despite that, like despite all it's some of its horrible flaws, like I still love it. But there's really like once you get to the point where you have all the characters you could want, and you've built all of them, and you can like you've gotten your account to the point where you can actually play all of the teams that you could think of that you enjoy the playstyle of. There's not really much to do in the game. So honestly, like the fact that you have stuff that you're chasing after right now, Wander, that is the game. That's the game. So like, and I understand like how like anxious you are, because like I hate not doing damage. Like I hate my like I'm not enjoying the game because my teams don't do any damage, right? Like I understand that feeling. But that is the game. The game is like while you have goals. When you've reached your goal, there's really nothing much else to do in the game in Genshin. You log in, you condense some resin, you use your condensed resin, you talk to Catherine, and you log out. That's what happens. And that's what Mighty is talking about. I said forget it when you started yapping about anime. Oh, I just wrong person. I'm not gonna apologize. I understand that like even if I apologize now, it's not gonna do anything. Cause well, you know, yeah, right? But hey, at least I'm talking about it. So this is me showing you that I am acknowledging that I'm an idiot. There you go. Right? This is me trying to show you that I'm acknowledging that I'm an idiot. Sorry, man. Really. But when they finally make a new mode, is that When they finally make a new mode. Huh, sorry, what? I'm confused. What is that ending? That last... I'm confused by that last message. Can we look up my account just for the funsies? Well, what do you want us to look at, Mighty? Hang on, I'm trying to think. I don't think I have anything else to do on this account. Yeah, okay, we're good. I can finally swap. I can finally swap. I'm gonna get on my second account. Raiding over a boss fight with gluttonous Yimkasaur because my PC shut down. Your PC shut down? What happened? My comments not going? No, like you said, when they finally make a new mode, is that... dot. Sorry, yeah, I don't understand that one. I think I need to condense one more resin here. Yep. Ado, da do da do da do. Ado, da do da do da do. I don't think I need to raise anything on this account. Yeah, no, I don't think I need to. I got censored because I said, oh, okay. Hang on, Mighty. I'm just... copy that, hang on. Okay, there. I keep forgetting that the pressing enter on the numpad doesn't work. That I have to press like the normal enter button for like for Genshin Enka. Oh, okay. Here's what I was talking about. Okay, Eshu with Dahlia. It's actually really fun, like to see Skirk go burr. Not bad word. Snowflake rules. Yep, that is. I don't disagree with that, my friend. Yep. Oh my god, that was stupid. Okay, sorry. Okay, I messed that up. Alright, I'm gonna wait for my skill to go down. Press E, press Q. Go ham on Arlecchino. It's just so much fun for me. Like, it just looks so fun to just watch Skirk go. It sounded like a Transformers transforming. I have to go, so just to resume, even without Farina, Escoffier, can I do Abyss Theater? Abyss Theater and at least menacing mode, new mode, with Skirk or better skip? You can. With like, you know what? Hang on. Before you go, if you don't mind waiting just a second, right? If you don't mind, just that's the wrong place, right? Let me show you. I'm gonna use Skirk because like I would skip. Yeah, okay, and I understand like why wrong person is recommending you skip, right? Because like the gap between Skirk's the power gap the power gap between Skirk's best team and best team like with 5-star characters like Skirk Escoffier or sorry Escoffier Farina. Okay. Oh, I have to switch issue. Hang on. Darn it. Okay. Alright. Oh, you know what? Issue's fine. Because, like, Dahlia. Yeah. Dahlia. Can I find Dahlia? Dahlia, thank you. Rosaria, I hope you're built. I think you're built. Yes, you are. Okay, you are. Okay, good. And, I think Mona's built. Yeah, because I've been recently using Mona. Okay, I'm gonna put Mona over here, Dahlia over there. Yeah, we're good. Okay, here. Remember, this is hard difficulty. Is huge. Yeah, the gap between like Skirk's like best team, like with Escoffier with Farina. Hang on. Alright, there. Oop. Yeah, see? Easy. Alright, and this is, remember, this is C0 Skirk. That's hard. I can do hard with the Anu. Yeah, and I understand, like, you probably... I love Mona, I have her. I understand you probably want to do more than just hard difficulty. You probably want to do menacing and fearless. And so, like, I understand that you're after the, oops. You're after, hang on. You know, I hate that I can't switch difficulties without completely exiting. Like, what? We can do that in Abyss. Well, you know what? Never mind. I think that's wrong. I think we actually have to exit out of the Abyss to, like, pick the floors again. Yep, never mind. That was wrong. Okay. Least menacing. Oof. Hang on. Brain, start working. Okay, Mona. Dahlia. Rosaria, there. Oh, hey, what's up, Batman? How you doing, man? Just menacing more than that as well, territory? Yeah, that is true. Like, honestly, like, dude, I was only able to clear, fearless on my first account. My second and third accounts have no chance of clearing, fearless. I do have to say, though, I think my third account and second accounts might have a chance when I get Mavuika. But it's like a really slim chance. Do you think Candace would be kind of nice? Candace for Arlecchino? Or sorry, for Skirk? I'm an idiot. What did I say, Arlecchino? Why did I do a charge to that? Uh-oh. Nope, my rotation is a little messed up now. I completely botched this rotation. Okay. Right, so you can see, okay, you can see that it's not a walk in the park. But the fact that it's even doable. And I'm like, dude, this is also my first, like, try using these teams. This team. Oh, darn it. Energy. My god, the energy, the hunger for energy. I think I accidentally gave TTDS to Rosaria. Oops. Okay. Sorry, I was like last few seconds there. I was running around looking at chat. You have Mavuika, you just getting cons. What? There's no law against the Pokemon Batman. Okay. Candace would be kind of nice. You know, I've been wondering why people haven't been talking about Candace as a like for Skirk. I haven't given it a thought because no one's talked about it. I have thought about it that like I thought it'd be kind of nice, but then I noticed no one's talking about it. So I kind of thought like maybe it's okay. But, you know, like not much more than that. It's doable because you have at least 2 units that are relatively well built. He won't, especially not when Skirk's domain is so inefficient since he can't use, I should say, Hunter. That is true. That is true. But then again, remember, he's not going to be, his account is not going to be like that forever. Right? Of course, like as he is continuing to play the game, he's going to farm more artifacts. He's going to continue to get gladiator pieces. He's going to get, sooner or later, Farina. Well, you know, one nice thing about Farina being one of the like part of a character's best team is because she's an Archon. She's gonna have relatively way more reruns than other characters. Like like Mavuika, for example. Right? Like Mavuika's best, oh my god. I just realized Mawika's best teammates are Zilonen and Sitlali. So Zilonen is probably gonna be in the same category as like a Kazuha. So she's gonna get relatively frequent-ish reruns. TY for the attention. Goodbye. Oh, all right, all right. Anyway, thanks for. Sorry for holding you up a little bit longer, Wander. Take care, man. I hope you eventually come to a decision, man. I hope you eventually come to a decision. Honestly, I really think Wander should vote for Skirk, because like eventually, because like especially because Farina is such a high value character. Sooner or later, he's gonna get Farina when she does eventually rerun. Right. And another thing is right now he just doesn't have anything. Right. I remember being in that boat. I had Kaching and Razor at one point 5 years ago. I had Kaching and Razor and nothing else. And then I had Ganyu. And then all of a sudden it was like, what in the is everyone doing this kind of damage? Am I the only one being left out? That's how I felt. Like I had nothing but Kaching and Razor, and I was just desperately trying to like force myself, like trying to use thinking that a character that wasn't actually good was good, and then like at some point eventually like accepting it, and then realizing, well, I have no options, and then like all of a sudden I got Ganyu, and then like my whole world flipped. That was like the situation I was in. Like he's in that situation right now where he has nothing. He has no top tier characters. Obviously, like he could get Shangling, sure, and he can get Hyper Bloom. But right now, Shangling and Hyper Bloom, well, at least like Shangling alone, isn't enough to carry you to endgame anymore. And the Hyper Bloom alone, especially without Nahida, isn't enough to carry you into endgame anymore. It's enough to get you close, and you can, I guess, with really, really well built characters. But honestly, like he just needs something for now. Yeah. I mentioned before Skirk's very high value comes from not using any of Mawika's teammates. Yeah, you did mention that before. That is true. Yeah, because like the only like in my for me on my first account, the only reason why like I'm in a situation where like that doesn't completely apply is because I don't have Setlali, and I'm forced to have to put Farina with I'm forced to have to use Farina with my Mawika. But then again, I also have Yelan, so I'm not completely dead in the water. So yeah, like and like even if I I could literally swap Yelan and Farina between Skirk and Mawika. The tough choice that he has right now though is like, so Skirk and Mawika are sort of like the top two DPSs in the game right now. And and like them being released and reran back to back it's a pretty tough choice, right? And dude, it's so unfortunate. Like he just so happens to be in a very specific situation where like in that specific situation where ideally he would want to get both. But he can't. Oh, this is that spot. I completely forgot about this. I remember back then when this guy used to give us so much trouble. There used to be, oh my god, there used to be like a 5-minute fight. That Pyro guy. That Pyro Fatui agent, my god, that used to be like a 5-minute fight. Now it's just like 3 seconds. Right in top 10. Right in C2. Well, I don't know about top 10. No, more like top 15, I think. Yeah, right in C2. But C0, unfortunately, no. Yeah, unfortunately, no. C2, yeah, top 10, maybe top 10, top 15. But C0, no. She's like She's definitely not at the bottom. She's no Chi-Chi, right? She's not a Chi-Chi. But she's definitely not going to be able to carry your team into endgame. Not anymore. Is Candace good? Don't have her. Candace is... Sorry. Usable. Not good. Candace is usable. In fact, okay. Alright, Wayne, I'm gonna give you my experience, my Candace experience. So, I didn't have Arlecchino yet because I skipped her on her initial release. I heard Arlecchino was gonna get a rerun. I have... I have, Xingqiu. I have Farina. I have Yelan. Now, Yelan, I occasionally use for a Hyper Bloom team. Farina, I use a lot with my Mavuika because I don't have Sitlali, but I also use Farina a lot, well, now, in a Freeze team. And Xingqiu, I typically use Xingqiu with Yelan for double Hydro Hu Tao. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to use all those teams at the same time, right? Obviously. But I still wanted to keep my options clear. I still wanted to keep my options open. So I raised Candace. Like, I fully raised her. I specifically I allotted specific artifacts for her and her alone that I won't ever need to borrow for anyone. I raised an extra Favonius Lance for her. And it's like, she's well built, right? She does her job. And she's C6 across all three of my accounts. I used her maybe for like one cycle of Abyss. And never again. And never again, yeah. that's what happened with my Candace experience. She's not useless. She's not completely useless. But before C6, what do you think, wrong person? What do you think? Pre C6 Candace, pretty useless, I think. Like, I think, yeah, that's probably like the bare minimum. Like, C6 Candace is not useless. You're not using Candace, you're using her C6. That is true. But at the same time, I also can't access her C6 if I didn't have Candace, so... you know, I think an Electro and Pyro Kinich... Electro, Pyro, Kinich would probably make a good team. I don't know. Electro and Pyro... Electro and Pyro Kinich. Overload? I mean, you would still need to have at least one Dendro. So as long as you can take advantage of the burning part of his kit, then yeah, you could pretty much put anything together with Kinich. Candace without C6 is like Bennett without bursting ever. I can't disagree with that. I cannot disagree. Kinich is the Nendo. You just need a Pyro. Oh yeah, that's right. You know, oh my god. You know, I keep forgetting that Kinich is Dendro. Because like Kinich goes in a burning team, right? I just cannot ever remember that Kinich is Dendro. It's so weird. It just doesn't compute in my brain. Kinich, Mavuika, Oraron, Chevreuse, a good team. Kinich, Mavuika, Oraron, Chevreuse. Well, Chevreuse is completely useless in that team. Because, well, Chevreuse only works if your team is made up of Hydro? Electro and Pyro only. Plus the fact that Oraron is like Oraron's kit buffs Electro Charged, and this team doesn't do Electro Charged. So it's not really, you're not really utilizing her kit. You're not utilizing Oraron's kit, and you're not utilizing Chevreuse's kit. So yeah, it's a bit of a waste. El Kinich is so good and his design is amazing. Honestly, the part about Kinich that I like the most is if you switch your audio to Japanese, you get to hear Naruto and Sasuke. That's my favorite part about Kinich. I'm not saying he's a bad character. He is actually pretty good. He's just not top tier. And, like, unfortunately, there was a sudden bump in power creep, like, immediately soon after his release. And that's why he's, like, while he is still really strong, he's one of the stronger DPSs in the game. He's just not quite enough to clear endgame. I mean, yes, he can clear endgame with really high investment. But yeah, you'd have to not hate his playstyle. His playstyle is just really unique, which I don't mind. I think it's artistically, I think it's good that they're going with like unique different playstyles in the game. It's honestly like a lot more variety is good. But it's just not for me. His JPVA is Naruto? No, Kenich's Japanese voice actor is Sasuke's, and Ahao's Japanese voice actor is Naruto's. Ahao is like the little pixelated dragon that he talks to. This is the only lovely character in Natlan. Most of them using Oraron Mavuika for Overload. Well, okay. Hey, Stella, the reason for that is Oraron helps Mavuika generate fighting spirit. That's the only reason why Oraron is in that team. So Oraron's Electro, which means you can use Chevreuse in that team. That's the only reason why people are using Oraron with Mavuika, because Oraron is from Natlan, which means that he can help Mavuika generate fighting spirit, and the fact that he's Electro, that means you can use Chevreuse and utilize Chevreuse's kit for Overload Mavuika. Yeah, like that's really the only reason. Other than that, no. And it's the only Dendro, like part from Emilie. Oh, by the way, hang on. Speaking of Kinich, I'm on my third account right now. I actually, while I probably sounded like I was talking poorly about Kinich for a moment there. I actually do have Kinich. Now, it's not because I wanted Kinich. It was just, well, it just happened. I do have Kinich on this account. And I could just find him. Dendro. I'm on the third account, right? Yeah, okay. I am on the third account. Okay, there he is. Profile, voiceover.
アハウの性格は知っての通りだ。だから、こいつの言うことはあまり気に留めないでくれ。
日にちこの野郎。ここから出たら後悔させてやっからな。
If that doesn't sound like Naruto and Sasuke to you, I don't know what does. Excuse me? It's the almighty Dragon Lord Cool Ahau, not little pixelated Sorian. Excuse me, my lord. Someone asked you to do a pull on stream. You did it, and he showed up. Yep, that's literally what happened. And like, I never do stuff like that, but at the time, I just so happened to want some, like, I think it was just Kujosara. Yeah, I wanted Kujosara constellations, and I was on 50-50, and I was far from pity. And that's why I did it. It's the only reason why I did it. And it just so happened to just happen, like, instantly. Thank you for blessing my ears. Yeah, like, honestly, like, again, like, Kinich is a pretty strong character. But for me, as somebody who grew up in the late 90s and the 2000s, hearing Naruto and Sasuke's voices is like, it's so much more valuable to me than a Genshin character.
マリポのキーニチだ。調査に励ましたり。
空からケツの光った虫でも落ちてきたのか？ま、大した光じゃねえな。
お前はその虫の光にも及ばないだろ。
な、もう一回言ってみやがれ。
You know, I think the reason, yeah, okay, now that I think about it, I think it's pretty obvious why they picked Naruto's and Sasuke's Japanese voice actors to do Ahau, because like Ahau is like a hothead, like like he, right, like Kinich seems a lot like more chill and like level-headed, and they're like always like arguing and fighting, which is which is 100% Naruto and Sasuke.
俺のサングラス、土が雲と交わり、闇が野原を飲み込むとき、我が輩が強風を吹かせ、属性を焼き払ってくれよ。
ホラーを吹くのも大概にしろ。
When will Lolly get a rerun? 5.9, I think, speculation until confirmed. That is true. That is true. People have been speculating that Lolly might get a rerun in 5.8. Just like OG Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah, exactly. Please gift me Primo Gems. My Skirk 50-50. Oh, my dude. I wish I could. I wish I could gift people Primo Gems. Because, like, what I would do then is I wouldn't give people Primo Gems, and instead I would just spend them on my own account. Just like what most people would do. That's what most people would do, yeah. Oops. For sure, the Inefa own? What is Inefa own? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna assume that this is the Inefa 1, is what you're trying to say here. If I confirm for 5.8, it's very likely. Like timing wise, the timing of when they drip marketed her, it's very likely that Inefa will be in 5.8. I think it would be. I think it would be bad for business if they drip marketed a character that's coming out in 2 patches from when they drip market her. I think that would be very poor business decision making. Driving up hype like way too early. By the time the character actually comes out, like hype will have died and people would have forgotten that, oh yeah, that's right, this character. Can't believe I would hear Naruto and Sasuke again after teenagehood. To be honest, I haven't watched Naruto since I was 3. Really? Oh, dude. You know, I don't think I could rewatch Naruto anymore. And like that makes me sad. Because Naruto and Naruto Shippuden's storytelling pace, like their pacing, is just I think it's good, but I think it's too slow for 2025. And now why that makes me sad is because the fact that even I, who grew up in the 90s watching this stuff, 90s and 2000s watching this stuff, considers it to be like too slow, means that my tolerance for like pacing, for like storytelling pacing, has like sped up, right? Like I get bored when storytelling gets down to a certain gets too low. It gets down to a certain speed. Means that modern entertainment has affected my tolerance, my attention span. There you go. And that's I'm not happy about that. Me too. That's why I was surprised they were voicing Kinich. I can't rewatch it again. in the mid 2010s. In the mid 2010s, I did rewatch certain parts of of Naruto Shippuden. Mostly the which arc was it? I think I rewatched the Pain arc once, and I think I rewatched yeah, so the Pain arc, the oh shoot, the Land of Iron arc. I rewatched that. Mainly just the like Raikage versus Sasuke, and Raikage and Sasuke versus well, the different Kage, and of course the war arc. The war arc when Naruto gets to the battlefield, like the ending of the war arc. Oh, the animes were the best. Cause oh, dude, no, yeah, no kidding, man, no kidding. I, I'm, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I've only recently seen Hunter x Hunter. I didn't get to watch Hunter x Hunter when I was a kid. Because like Hunter x Hunter is like way older than Naruto and Bleach and One Piece, right? One Piece I never watched One Piece. I don't watch One Piece. I never watched One Piece. It's just not my type. Like I'm very picky about my anime, and I'm very picky about art style as well. I don't like One Piece art style. And Hunter x Hunter, I was too young to enjoy Hunter x Hunter. In fact, I was too young to enjoy Dragon Ball. I was just too young and too stupid to enjoy Dragon Ball and Hunter x Hunter, like the 90s anime. And I only recently rewatched Hunter x Hunter, and I'm a little confused by Hunter x Hunter because so there's obviously like the new version of Hunter x Hunter, which has way more episodes. But then there's also like the original version, which only goes until the point where Kurapika, where Kurapika fights this dude that he's wanted to kill. It only goes up to that, and then like it's over. And so I watched the original version first. I finished all of it from start to finish, and then I was confused. I was like, I was basing it off of like what years the different I guess seasons came out, and I watched the newer one, and I had no idea that it went all the way back from the beginning. Like it redid the original story and added more to it. So I watched like one or two episodes, and I realized I guess this is just remaking the original one and then adding more episodes to it. And I preferred the original one. I preferred the original one because the original one, obviously made in the 90s, released in the 90s. So, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, entertainment age ratings were very, very different back then from entertainment age ratings when the new version came out. And it's not about like the violence, it's not about like the fighting, the stuff like that, but like the newer version seemed like it made me feel like, man, am I watching Pokemon? Right? Like the language was like too soft for me to enjoy. And like it was boring. There just wasn't excitement. There were no stakes involved, right? It always felt like it always felt like the protagonists were always safe from harm, and that a happy ending was like almost always felt like it was guaranteed, right? There was like I never felt like the protagonists were ever in danger when I watched the first few episodes of the new version. compared to when I watched the original version. And the storytelling, the storytelling pacing seemed a lot more like slow motion, but a lot more like told. Like I watched the original and it made me like it allowed me to take in the sights, the views. It allowed me to like really get to know all the different characters. Uh right? Like whether it's through dialogue, whether it's through like just random like scenes where a character does something or stares at something or thinks about something, whatever. The original version, which was a lot more like slowly paced, gave me more time to like get to know the characters and yeah, and all that stuff. So I really like the slower pacing the slower pacing of the slower pacing of OG animes from the 90s and 2000s. Didn't watch Hunter x Hunter until recently. Not gonna lie, I watched both, and I got confused when I watched the new one. Dude, I felt exactly the same way. It's not that where Gon died. I can't remember the story. And you know, like the reason why I still haven't continued watching Hunter x Hunter is and after I finished the original one is like because I tried looking up. I spent like 1 or 2 minutes looking up where I should continue watching in the new version to like continue where I left off from the ending of the original. And there were a couple of different answers. I tried one of them and I was like, well, this isn't it. But like it just seemed like it was really different. And I don't know. I didn't want to bother with it anymore. And I really want to like get caught up. But I don't know. It feels like too much work to find out where I should start watching the new version to continue where the original left off. By the way, I have work. It's 2:30 in the morning where I am right now. And I have work at 9 in the morning later. I really shouldn't do theater anymore. But I also just want to get it over with cuz I've already done it on stream on my friend's account, my first account, and I did it off stream on my second account already, and I want to get this over with. Like I just woke up, blackout earlier this morning for 11 hours. What the heck were you doing to black out that hard, man? Might as well play. No electricity will be cut off this morning. No electricity will be cut off this morning? Sorry, what? Oops. Darkalia. Are you still built? Wait, that's the trial one. Okay, no. Wait, how's mine? 6, 130. Hamayumi, I guess. I guess that's fine. Just barely usable. But yeah, sure. Okay, right sword. Huh? What? Oh, Mona. Is this Mona's stuff? I think this is Mona's stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. This is 100% Mona's stuff. Wow. Oh my god. Looks actually quite well built. Alright, sure. You know, like every time I look at my Shangling build on this account, I'm always amazed at how good it is, especially compared to my second and first accounts. But then, like, every now and then, I see a video from I Want to Lose, and like he makes a video of like 4-star only runs of Spiral Abyss or something, and then I see his Shangling build, and I'm just like, it makes me, because like I look at this build, and like, dude, this is a good build for a Shangling, right, and like I watch a video from somebody like I Want to Lose, and sure, he's like, oh, 4-star only clear, right? It's for the free to plays, right? A free to play player can clear this, and like I look at his build and I'm like, dude, I thought my build was good already. How is his even better? It's it's nuts. Oh hey, what's up, Luap? How you doing, man? You have a dog? I heard a bark. I did not hear a bark, but that's probably like some bark from a dog that's far off in the distance. At least like a block away from my house. Noises that come from outside my window sound super clear in my mic because like there's literally a concrete wall right behind my head, which is like exactly, obviously, like it's where the microphone's facing. So yeah, even a bark from a dog that's like a block away from my house can be clearly heard through the microphone. So, but to answer your question, no, I don't have a dog. Don't have the time to take care of one. Don't have the patience for one. I'm pretty sure Kinich isn't. I'm pretty sure I don't ever unbuild Kinich. Right? What elements is this again? Okay, so no Electro. Good. That's fine. I'm pretty sure I never unbuild Kinich. Okay. Don't do that. Comparing builds, though my Chevrolet build was good until I saw a friend of mine's. My own. I was saddened. Yeah, right, because, you know, this was about 2 years ago and further back. I used to love it when content creators did account reviews. Like whether it was mtashed reviewing of a Twitch viewer's account on stream and like clipping it and then uploading it to YouTube. Or yeah, I loved it. I loved watching it. And like now that I think back to it, I think what it was so that I could see where I was in relation to a lot of other people, and it made me feel better about myself. Made me feel better that like okay, I guess I'm not the only one that's struggling. I guess I'm not the only, or like it would sometimes give me the feeling that like, oh, I guess uh, my Ganyu is pretty good. I guess my Ganyu is average, right? It gives me an idea of where the rest of the community is at, and where I am, where I'm at in relation to the community, and at some point, yeah, at some point, honestly, I don't know why content creators stopped doing account reviews. I think a lot of players, I think a lot of viewers like that content, and I think the reason why content creators don't do account reviews anymore now is, and I only understand this because I stream, is it gets really tiring saying the same things over and over again, especially because like for example, if somebody comes into chat, for example, so it comes into chat asking, hey, can you look at my my hutao, gives me their UID, I look at their account, and I look at it and I realize that, oh, it seems like this guy could really use some help. Okay, and like I spend the next half hour talking about stuff, talking about his hutao, what he could do, what he could have done, stuff like that. And then like I look at him chatting in chat and clearly not really caring. And then like I eventually decide to stop yapping about it. And then later he asks, "Hey, is my hutao good?" I think that's one of the reasons. I obviously I have no idea. I've never seen other content creators encounter that situation before, but that's happened to me a lot, and I think that's maybe one of the many reasons why content creators suddenly stop doing account review content. Yeah, you have a wife and a kid to take care of. A dog would just be a cute adjustment, but a sloppy one. And like I have this. Oh hey, what's up, Ali? Welcome back, man. I have this thing too, where like I have this thing about myself where like, because the thing is like a dog is a living creature, right? It's a living creature, and especially because it's a dog. So it's a dog is adorable. A dog's attention span is very similar to that of a really young child. And a dog's attention span, and not just its attention span, its emotions as well, is very very similar to that of like a very young, I don't know, like maybe 5 or 6 year old child. And even its comprehension, like maybe not 6, but like maybe 3, 4, or 5 year old child, right? Both its emotional capacity, its mental capacity, and its attention span. And you can actually tell like when it's happy, when it's sad. And i would I don't want to own a dog that I know I'm gonna be too lazy to keep happy. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be too lazy to walk it every day to keep it healthy, right? And keeping said animal healthy is gonna give it is gonna make it so that this animal will be able to live more of its lifetime healthier, which means happier as well, less miserable because like less illnesses, etc., etc. And I know I'm gonna be too lazy to do that consistently, which means said animal will very likely end up being just as miserable as I am. And I always think to myself that if I hadn't bought this animal, if I hadn't taken this animal in, someone else could have taken this animal in, which could have made this animal much happier. right? And I understand, like, okay, to counter argue that, you could say, like, but then, like, somebody else could have bought them, somebody else could have taken them, and this animal could have been way more miserable. This animal could have been like, this other person could have been like hurting it, whatever, could have been not feeding it, could have just abandoned it, whatever. Sure, right? You could make that argument as well. But the fact that I never ended up getting to know this animal means that I don't know whether it's happy or it's miserable, which means I don't have to deal with this emotional connection. I don't have to deal with this emotional connection. And obviously, as long as nothing happens to me, I am guaranteed to outlive a dog. So me buying a 2-month-old puppy now is just me guaranteeing myself heartbreak in 15 to 20 years from now. Like, really serious heartbreak. Because, right? So, no thanks. No thanks. He doesn't have good history with dogs. That is true. That is true. You know what? Honestly, I do not hate dogs. Like, with all even with like what a lot of you guys have witnessed so much already, like a lot of the bad experiences I've had here with them, I still do not hate them. I have never gotten bit by a dog, and even the aggressive dogs that I've encountered in my lifetime, like, I've just have never been aggressive towards me. Right? Like, dogs, I understand dogs and dogs understand me. Right? So I have zero hate for dogs. I have sort of this like mutual respect for dogs. Don't you find it odd that there are no dogs in the background today? It's because he went ahead and pwned the dogs. Yep. No. Uh. Oh, come on. What the heck? Really? Of all the cryo characters, my god. You give me those two? Companion events. Okay, very good. Companion events cost 10 fewer. But they don't give me companion events, so screw me, I guess. Yeah, a lot of the dogs that I've met, that I've encountered, that have displayed bad behavior, or not necessarily, no, not bad behavior, but like a bad personality. Sorry, yeah. A lot of the dogs that he would give a half-eaten Snickers bar, he accepted the deal. What? Sorry, I don't get it. Yeah, so a lot of the dogs that I've encountered throughout my life, that I've seen, seem to have a bad personality. Like, for example, the kind of dog that's just always barking, like like at people that it doesn't know, barking for zero reason. Or dogs that are like super aggressive and will actually like bite people that it doesn't know. Have, maybe not all the time, but most of the time have not shown uh said behavior to me personally. And there's this you don't know the show Pawn Star? I know about it, but I've never watched it. I've never watched it. Um, there's this. Speaking of shows, yeah, I was actually about to talk about a TV show actually. So there in when did I watch this? I think, so this was in my college years, I want to say. So late high school and early college years. Yeah, late high school and early college years. Uh, the National Geographic Channel was constantly airing this show called Dog Whisperer. So the host is this guy called Caesar Milan, and like, dude, every episode, Caesar, like the host, literally says the same thing over and over again because like, and that's not like, and I know I sound like I'm talking about like it's a bad thing, but it's actually not. It's actually like a super good thing because dogs are very simple. Like earlier, I mentioned that dogs, an adult dog, seems to have the emotional, mental capacity of a 3, 4, or 5 year old kid, like human kid, uh, and with the same attention span. And that's just how simple dogs are. Like that's how simple dogs are. They're very primal. They're very instinctive. Like there's no make a deal with the dog. I feed you, you stay quiet. No, it doesn't work like that. It stays quiet if you want it to be quiet, right? Like you show it that being noisy is unacceptable, and it will understand it. Right? And by show, I'm talking about like disciplining it. It does something you don't like. You do something to it that it doesn't like. And then it associates that thing that he does this thing, he gets something he doesn't like. And then as long as you show it that you won't do the thing that it doesn't like, when it stops doing the thing that you don't like, then you're good. You have like this mutual respect towards each other. It's so simple. Like it does require patience. It requires time. But like I love that dogs are like that. Like they're just simple. And and this is why I'm constantly saying that I like animals more than I do people. Make sure to get Inefa, just saying. I was really hoping that Inefa didn't have to be an important character. I was really, really hoping. Like, really. Naruto and Sasuke should have married, not gonna lie. And that way, Sakura and Hinata can just both be depressed on the sidelines. Nev is gonna be the first character to do something called Lunar Charge, extra charge. Worse, but more crit damage. From what I've heard, this whole new thing that apparently Inefa does, I heard that it's not very good, but Inefa still is good, despite this new thing that Inefa introduces to the game not being very good. Passive enables lunar charge, ignore 3 times the damage. Wow, dude, that's nuts. Yeah, that's sort of like what I heard. So something similar to that, where this new thing that she does, it's like for example, kind of like Kinich, right? Like Kinich didn't do anything to make burning better. Kinich just becomes good when you burn enemies. The same with humans, RJ, just a little bit of more subtle. Yeah, but then like here's the thing though. With humans, here's an example, okay? I'm an adult, right? I act civilized. I meet another adult who acts civilized. We end up meeting each other, and I end up having something they want, and they end up having something I want, and we decide, hey, let's do business together. Not only do I have to get all the stuff that we agree to in writing, I have to get a lawyer to like like notarize it, like to help us like make a written agreement to make sure that we don't screw each other over when we suddenly feel like, oh my god, this is a lot of money, right? But I also have to be constantly like paying attention to what the other guy's doing so that he doesn't screw me over when I'm not keeping an eye out. Right? Dogs, animals won't do that. If an animal doesn't like you, if a tiger wants to eat you, it will show you that it wants to eat you. And it will eat you. But if an animal doesn't show any hostility to you, then it'll just like, okay, right? It won't care about you. Right? Like animals, I love animals. They're just so straightforward. There's no lying, there's no deception, there's no screwing each other over. Right? You're eating a banana, I want that banana, I'm taking your banana. You're eating a banana, I like banana, but I'm not hungry, so I'm not gonna take your banana. Right? Simple, straightforward. I wish humans were like that. I gave up humanity. I gave up on humanity after interacting with Hoyoshils. What's up, Wander? Welcome back, man. It's been so long. My hype for Alice or Varka died down, not gonna lie. Oh, yeah. Oh. Man, I can't believe they hyped up Alice and Varka. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, Varka too, yeah. I can't believe they hyped up Alice and Varka this early on. Like, I understand, like, they have been hyping up Varka and Alice, like, since the beginning of the game. Like, their names have always been mentioned since Genshin's release. But it just, at least, like, that, like, them not showing us what they look like helped keep this, like, mystique. This, like, idea in our heads that they're always there, looming. I didn't burst. If an animal is hungry, it will do much worse things. Only reason it is hostile is because it ain't hungry. And humans will always be hungry about money, RJ. Yeah, that's the thing though, is right? Like, when an animal is hungry, it will eat. When an animal isn't hungry, it won't eat. We humans, obviously, we're never gonna be hungry because, like, we've figured out mass production. We've figured out how to create, like, this complex society that gets us instant food and water all the time, anywhere we are. But, yeah, like, we're always hungry for that money. Even if we have way more than we need, we're still gonna screw each other over just to get an advantage over others. Right? And, like, that's the thing too, is that we don't even kill each other for it anymore. Right? Like, not directly. Right? Not directly. We used to directly kill each other for resources. We used to directly kill each other for resources, but, like, not anymore. Now we just make each other's lives miserable in order to earn more of this paper. Did he manage to pass menacing with beggar team? I didn't bother. I'm sure I could, like with more practice and more tries, more retries. Um, because so remember earlier I said I don't know if you were here then. Like someone talked about DHCWSP. I think it was Ali. Yeah, like DHCWSP being a whale, but also being really good at the game. And then like while I didn't discount how good DHCWSP was, it also you also don't have to be like extra talented at video games to be able to do what DHCWSP does in his videos, because like he might be able to do them in like one try, right? Because he's just that good at Genshin. But you could do exactly the same thing in like maybe 5 tries, in 10 tries, in 20 tries, 50 tries, right? Because the fact that we can always retry in in-game content, we can eventually like practice enough like to get like the right rotations according to how much energy recharge your characters have, according to the kind of enemies that you're fighting, etc., etc., right? Like once you get that like really nice smooth like once you get the rotation down, right, then somebody watching you after you've practiced 100 times fighting the same enemy will, like, to them you will look like, oh my god, this guy's so good. There's no skill check in that boss. Oh no, okay, Wander, you might not have noticed this, right? But if you didn't notice, well, okay, it seems like you didn't notice, but there was a minor skill check against that boss, right? Now the skill check is not about how you fight the boss and like you dodging attacks and stuff. The skill check is being able to maintain cryo application on the boss, right? Enough cryo application so that you keep its like cryo thing down, and that cryo thing down consistently, so that by the time that you are able to go through your rotation to get started on Skirk, that you won't waste half of Skirk's uptime, half of Skirk's field time, just getting its cryo thing down. You know what I mean? Because like, and another thing too is according to how much energy recharge you have. That like I don't know if you noticed, but like, I mentioned that about a minute ago. According to how much energy recharge you have, is like you have to learn like when you should swap to this character, press E, swap to this character, press E, swap to this character, catch particles, burst, etc., etc., etc. Like basically like you like swapping and rotating through your different characters, and like knowing when you should swap to this character, catch particles, swap to this character, use skill, use burst, etc., etc., and not messing that up. Like there's a lot involved. That depends on more of ER and character, in my opinion. Yeah, right. Like, but and I understand you can just straight up, well, just build them with more ER. Well, like you've been playing the game for much longer, so you could build your character with the same damage and more ER, right? But then you don't always have that choice, right? Like for example, like I help take care of my friend's whale account, and he doesn't buy resin. He has essentially almost free to play levels of resin. The only difference between his account and my account, resin-wise and artifacts-wise, he has better artifacts than me, because he buys the battle pass every time, all the time. So he has a little bit more resin than me, because you get some resin from the battle pass, but that's not a lot every month. The biggest difference is he uses all of his fragile resins, and I don't use any of my fragile resin, right? And so why am I talking about this? So my friend's whale account, again, artifact quality wise, he has better artifacts than me, but not because he's a whale, because he uses his fragile resins, and with a little help from the battle pass. And so in most cases, a lot of his characters have more energy recharge than my characters do. So his characters can rotate a little more cleanly than through their abilities and bursts, through their skills and bursts, than my characters can. But Uh, but I am still able to clear pretty much the same amount of content as he can. Of course, since he's a whale, he has constellations, he has a lot of signature weapons, so that helps out a lot with like how comfortably I'm able to clear content with it. Not only that, but I'm also like rotating a lot more cleanly because his characters have a lot more energy recharge than my characters do. Going to my account, I'm still able to clear the same content because because I retry a lot more than I on my account than I do on his. But those retries are mostly trying to figure out, okay, what team, which character do I swap to now? Which character do I swap to next to catch the particles? Which character do I swap to? Okay, I'm still missing like 2 energy. So okay, I have to stay on this character for like 1 second longer so that I could catch his own particles, right? So there's like a lot of this, well, yeah, practicing. I think your ER are fine. Yes, my ER was fine, right? Especially like the first like few rotations, right? But I don't know if you noticed like earlier, after like 3 or 4 rotations, I was messing up a lot. I was like coming up a little short on energy recharge, on energy, and I was like messing up my rotations because I was trying to like make up with it. And like for example, like after my 3rd or 4th or 5th rotation, I wasn't able to burst immediately on Rosaria. So I wasn't able to burst immediately on Rosaria, and what that did is now I needed to learn like how to funnel a little like 1 extra or like a few extra particles into my Rosaria for that 4th or 5th rotation, so that I could still immediately burst on Rosaria in that 4th or 5th rotation, so that like the burst is off-field cryo application, right? And against that boss, I have to be constantly hitting it with cryo so that I could keep its cryo thing down below a certain amount. Because if I don't, then by the time that I rotate through my characters and get to Skirk, then it's like cryo thing will have gone above the threshold where it gets like extra high resistances to everything. And then what's gonna end up happening is I'm gonna spend like half of Skirk's field time just hitting this thing, trying to get its cryo thing down, and half of Skirk's field time for like rotation number 6, for example, will have been spent doing no damage and just trying to get its cryo thing down. And then I lost, like in that rotation, I've lost like what, 50% of my damage for that rotation, right? Just because I didn't swap to the right characters at the right time, I didn't use whose skill at the right time, etc., etc. But then again, that could be easily mitigated by just putting more energy recharge into them. But sometimes you don't always have that choice. Sometimes you just don't have the right artifacts to swap on certain characters to get 5 more energy recharge, to get 20 more energy recharge. Sometimes you don't have that choice. So sometimes you just have to like live with what you have and find a way to play around it. Line timer is just stupid. Glad I don't experience that stuff again. But if I complain that to Hoyo, they might make the next end game with only 1 minute to finish. I just hate that boss. Why lock a boss behind an element that you don't rerun? That is Hoyo. That is what Hoyo's. That has been Hoyo's strategy for a while now. Like, it is one of the artificial ways that they've been, well, artificially encouraging players to pull for new characters. And, you know, like, the thing that I wonder is, why have they still needed to do a lot of power creep? when they are doing this strategy, right? Like they're introducing artificial ways to make you feel like, oh, I need this character. Like I'm wondering like why they're doing this and power creep at the same time. That's the thing that I'm really like wondering about. Lava Dragon wasn't bad because they actually rerun Pyro characters. Cryo characters, yeah, that's true. Exactly, so it's not skill issue, like the Hoyo shills say. To sell new dolls, obviously. Yeah, but like, for a really long time, for the first several years of Genshin, they, like, so mostly, it was mostly because, like, there just wasn't any competition just yet, right? But they were, for the first few years of Genshin, they were selling new characters just by making them look good and giving them a good story. That was it. Right? Obviously, they had to make them usable as well, right? But power creep was like almost non-existent for the first few years. And at some point, competition started coming up, and so I see Hoyo like introducing power creep and introducing these like artificial ways to make you feel like you have to pull for the new character as like Hoyo's way of like pressing on the wound, like pressing like pressuring players to pull for their new characters, to pull for their reruns. And it's really a balancing act. There's only a certain amount that you are able to push. You're able to pressure your customers until they just decide to give up. I should not even bother with. How do I use Risley again? I actually have no idea how to use Risley. Of course, of course, the other one goes underground as soon as Eula's burst pops. Of course, of course. Don't you just love Eula? I hope you're right. And like, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to like make everyone feel better by saying that like, oh, like by explaining to people like, oh, this is why Hoyo is doing this. This is why Hoyo is doing that. It's still not great. Like, right, and I understand like why Hoyo is doing it, obviously, right? Like now there's competition, so now they know, like they know that they know that they haven't been pushing, they haven't been pressuring their players at all, right? They've only been applying very light to no pressure for the first several years because there was no competition. There was no reason to put pressure on players to pull for the new characters, to pull for the reruns, because there was nothing else to do. There was nothing else for players to spend money on. So they would have spent it on Genshin, regardless of whether or not there was a reason to. Right? But like ever since competition started coming out, Hoyo knew that it hasn't really taken advantage of like that. It hasn't really like put the pressure on its players. So recently, like last 1 or 2 years, they've been putting pressure on the players, pressing down on the players to try to get them to spend. They're using they're taking advantage of like players, well, some players' loyalty and and the fact that like there are certain gamers that just will not play switch to a new game because they are comfortable with the game that they already have. And so Hoyo is exploiting that fact that it knows that it knows that it is able to press down on its players to a certain extent. And it's really a balancing act that I'm sure they're paying very close attention, trying very hard to not press down on the players too hard. And I'm just wondering, so a lot of the players have been complaining recently because, so again, the thing that I mentioned earlier was that Hoyo has been introducing the just straight up HP power creep and artificial ways to encourage players to pull for new characters. And I don't know if that's like for me, while I'm not completely a free-to-play player, I do feel like there's a lot more pressure now. I don't feel like it's the amount of pressure was linear. I feel like if this was like a line graph, the line graph would be like curving upwards. The amount of pressure that I'm feeling as a free-to-play player. But here's the thing too. Well, I don't think Hoyo wants every free-to-play player to quit Genshin. But if we look at the bottom line, free-to-plays are, to a certain extent, an expense. They're not they're not an asset. They are a liability. Because free-to-plays because obviously Hoyo wants players to pull for new characters and new weapons, so they're going to do stuff that makes the players that spend money on the game to get the new stuff, they're gonna do stuff to make those players feel good, and this generally that goes the opposite direction, like the opposite direction to the free-to-plays, to the players who don't spend money. Right? Like when you reward the players that spend money, that almost always equals to the players who don't spend money feel bad. So just in that one aspect, the free-to-play player has now become a liability. Now this free-to-play player is going to complain on social media, is going to complain online that this game's gotten, like, this game's dying, this game terrible now, it's power creep, it's greedy, it's stingy, it doesn't give any good rewards for anniversary, whatever. And on top of that, free-to-play players don't give Hoyo any money for the server time that they are taking up. The fact that we're online, logged in and online, means that we are taking a certain amount of bandwidth, and not only bandwidth but computing power as well, right? Because I'm sure Hoyo is like, their servers are constantly like keeping track of, okay, where is this character now in Teyvat? Because like, remember, when you log out of the game, when you log back in, the game remembers where you were, which means that data is being transmitted to Hoyo servers, like, for your specific account. So there's a certain amount of computing power that's constantly being used up by you being online, regardless of whether or not you spent money on the game. So the free-to-plays can potentially be an asset, because like, there are way more free-to-plays in Genshin than there are whales and spenders. So more like that equals to just way more, well, active online active players, and it's more people that they can use for marketing to help them promote the game. Knowing how delusional the community is. Well, I think that's mostly the young people. A lot of those are like, yeah, they're obviously like there's some like, well, yeah, you know what? I think it's mostly the young people. The young people. The thing is too is like it's a lot of the young people are the ones that are online, right? Because like I can't imagine there being more people, more gamers that are like 22 to 25 years old that are spending any of their valuable time on HoYoLab, on Reddit, in Discord servers, um, in Discord servers, telling other people like their gripes about the game. Right. So like most of the time, these players that are talking about all this stuff, complaining, are the players that can't afford to buy to spend money on the game, aka they are students. They don't have a source of income, or if they do, they don't have enough of a source of income. Which means either they unfortunately did not did not finish like a good enough degree to get a good enough career for his adult self, or again they're students living off of their allowance, right? Which means they're younger people that have more time to spend online talking about this stuff. And the thing is, man, kids today are spoiled, man. Kids today are spoiled. Like, think about it, right? Okay, all right. This is like sort of unrelated, but at the same time, you'll also get why I have to mention it. Sekapoko crashing out and saying, "Let us whales have one thing," is the most brain dead take I've heard in a while. Wait, what? Really? What is that about, Luap? Did Saka actually say that? Like his chat was complaining, "Oh, this is for whales only," and like Saka was like, well, this is like, give us this one thing. This is give us whales this one thing. This is all we want. Sorry, I'm not sure about your stance when you said is the most brain dead thing I've heard in a while. Like, I'm not sure what your stance is on what Seka said then. Lack of common sense of Hoyo and some whales. Free to play have to be free to play. $1 here is $6, dude. 6 crystal Genesis crystals, yeah. They 500, or they don't live in the USA. But like, here's the thing though, like Wander, Hoyo knows. Hoyo has all this data. They know where a lot of their spenders are in. And if they can see that a lot of their spenders are in the US or in China, in countries that have much stronger economies, then they're going to account for that, right? Like here, like another, like, okay, look at, I haven't compared Hoyoverse to Apple in a while, but I actually used to like very consistently do that. Hoyo, like, look at what Apple does, right? Hoyo doesn't price the iPhone in such a way that people in the Philippines, which by the way, I'm from the Philippines, people in the Philippines can easily afford, right? A phone that so many people in the Philippines would be easily able to afford would be somewhere in the range of like $200 to $400, right? But Apple does not have any iPhone at that price range. I don't know about their what's the cheaper version that they have, like iPhone SE, I think. Yeah, I SE. No, that's Samsung. I don't know. There was like the cheaper version, whatever it was, right? Like iPhone 6 E, I think. Yeah, I think E. They have an E version of an iPhone every couple of generations or so. Cherry Mobile. I don't even know if Cherry Mobile is still alive at this point. Right? And but then Apple, like, yeah, Apple knows where a lot of its customers are at. So, and they know that the customers 16, yeah, okay, so it was the E, yeah, E variants. Apple knows that a lot of its customers are in China, are in the USA, are in Europe, right? And they have priced their iPhones accordingly to the markets that they can earn the most from, right? They've priced iPhones, like, so for somebody in the Philippines, an iPhone, like, not the E variant, but like the regular iPhone, somebody who's middle class and above would be able to just barely afford it. But in the US, it would just be literally a regular dude, like somebody who doesn't need to be in the middle class. It could literally be somebody earning it could literally be somebody earning just barely above minimum wage, right? But that also means that if they don't reduce the price of the iPhone, they get so much more profit margin from each and every iPhone. And the thing is, getting higher profit margin, especially when it comes to physical goods, getting higher profit margins is so much more, well, it just feels so much better. It's just so much more comfortable as a business because it's physical goods. You have to move the goods around, right? And obviously you're still gonna, you could still earn potentially the same amount of net income in the end if you just sold more iPhones, higher volume at lower profit margins. But that would have meant that would mean that you would have had to spend so much more on logistics, on shipping way more iPhones around, because you've had to sell so much more, right? And not only that, there's also the image. There's like the prestige, right? There's this like exclusivity almost, that only certain people can have an iPhone, right? That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why Apple has done this green bubble, blue bubble thing, right? So that, right, that's another way for Apple to make you feel good about owning an iPhone. There's this like feeling of like you are one of us, right? And like think back to high school, man. Think back to high school, think back to middle school, think back to senior high, right? Maybe not you, maybe not everyone, but a lot of young people do not want to be outcasts. A lot of young people want to be part of the group. I'm not sure. This doesn't relate to Genshin anymore. I'm not sure where I detoured into Apple. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so the prestige thing. Okay, yeah. So so Hoyo doesn't want to reduce its prices for Genesis crystals and like other stuff in Genshin because it wants to maintain this prestige that Genshin is a premium game. It doesn't want its Hoyo doesn't want its players to see Genshin in the same way that they see these other like low budget like browser based gacha games that they take for granted. Because if they did, then they are reducing the quote unquote value of their brand. And that's why Hoyo does so many collaborations with so many like seemingly random brands, right? They do concerts, a bunch of concerts. They host a lot of like events, like cosplayer events and stuff, right? Because they want to, well, the Genshin is the brand at this point. And they want to keep the value of the Genshin brand. as high as they can keep it at. Well, you can make Onslaught for whales and one for F2Ps with different ranks, lists, etc., or give the rewards in hard mode and the skin for the whales. Yeah, I mean, like, that's exactly what Hoyo did with Onslaught. Hoyo image is tainted. I don't know if this prestige thing holds water. I mean, it doesn't have any prestige to us free-to-plays, but it sure does have prestige to those who could afford it, man. That's the thing, though, is like, to people who can't afford an iPhone is like all we can do is like, man, why are iPhones so expensive? Like, it's such a greedy company. Like, they should just make iPhones cheaper, right? And that way, like, right, we come up with these excuses to fantasize how we can make ourselves feel better. But like the reality is that Apple is not gonna sell a cheap iPhone. And the other thing too that is really helping Hoyo market Genshin is artists, right? People who just who are just constantly making fan art. Like, dude, like, have you even seen some of the fan art? Like, not even like pictures anymore, like entire videos, like completely fan generated videos. Like, some of them are like super high quality, like literally with an actual story, with storyboarding. Like, there's this guy called Dylan on YouTube who used to work on this anime called Ruby from Rooster Teeth. Like, he's making this entire series like based on Genshin characters, and like he's like, it's literally its own anime. The only thing that that has to do with Genshin is just it uses the same names and the same, like, well, mostly character designs. They're so much better than most of the Genshin cutscenes. There's also this, like, oh my god, this like 3 Moon Sisters video. Man, that thing was like legit. That was almost like first party artistic stuff, because the community is big, and you know what makes the community big? F2P players. Yeah, but then, like, there's me, the F2P player, who has nothing to do, who doesn't help with marketing Genshin. Okay, like, I guess to a certain degree I am. Like, right? To a certain degree I am. I'm playing the game online. You guys are watching. Like, yeah, and now you have one less reason to quit the game. Because, hey, there's this guy online that I could chat about with, that I can chat about Genshin with, what? That I could talk to, that I could talk about with Genshin. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I can't talk anymore. You get what I'm trying to say. Technically, I am to a certain degree, right? But the scale that you probably don't realize is how many free-to-plays are out there that literally log in, play the game, do not talk to anyone about Genshin, and just log out. Right? Like, you probably don't understand, like, how many of these players there are. There are so many of these players. And there's so many of these players that, like, oh my god, it's... So I hardly ever get on Facebook. And I guess at some point in history, I must have joined some Facebook Genshin groups. Because, like, every now and then I log into Facebook to go look at my the local power company's Facebook page to see if they've announced some kind of, like, scheduled blackout or whatever. And before I get to, like, searching my power company's my local power company's Facebook page, I'll see, like, my home feed, and the first thing, like, that pops up sometimes is someone posted something on one of the Genshin groups that I guess I've joined. And they'll be asking about, like, hey, I got this character, and how do I build them? these are the characters I have, and like they share screenshots of the characters that they have, and these players, they didn't even bother going on YouTube, going on Google to look for any information. They just went straight to Facebook and asked random people about it. Now, what they've done is they have gotten players who already play Genshin, mind you, right? Who already play Genshin. They're not marketing to potential Genshin players. They're just marketing to Genshin players who are already playing Genshin and probably don't spend money on the game too, right? Because like the fact that we know what to do with this character, how to min max this character, how to min max this team, means that we had to learn that ourselves so that we could eke out more damage from our teams through knowing more about the gameplay, because we can't afford to get more damage by spending money. You know what I mean? There are players that do just straight up show off, that's true. The player numbers that make it famous, right? Yeah, there's that too. There's that. Like, and that's why earlier I mentioned Hoyo doesn't want its free-to-play players to just straight up quit. Because the free-to-plays, there are way more free-to-plays than there are spenders. They boost the number of online of active players globally, right? And then they can say like on their website or on I don't know wherever they want to use this marketing material from. Then they can say like 10 million active active monthly players, right? Like they can use those numbers. One in Reddit, why? Okay. Reddit, the title, why my Ganyu don't do damage? Then he shows a Ganyu C3 signature weapon and a lot of 5 stars. Well, I mean, like, Ganyu also just doesn't do damage anymore in 2025, so he's not wrong. Ganyu isn't, well, yeah, Ganyu is obsolete, man. Ganyu is obsolete, unfortunately. And the thing is, though, Genshin definitely is like earlier I mentioned about like Hoyo is like pressing down on its players to encourage more of its players to spend more money, right? They're pressing down a little harder than before. But even despite that, Genshin's popularity is still going down. It's not going down as fast as if they didn't press down on its players, right? And not about popularity as well, but also like income as well, right? Its income definitely isn't going down as fast as it would have gone down if Hoyo didn't press down on its players. But it's still going down. It's still going down, and that's why Hoyo has been actually doing stuff, right? Like you haven't been here this whole time, Wander, but imagine like from 2020 to 2024, Hoyo didn't add anything to Genshin. Well, they added theater, I guess, but like theater's whatever. Like theater, I don't know anyone who likes theater. I've never heard anyone say that they enjoy theater. I don't know what theater was. Honestly, I don't know why they decided to add it. I don't know whoever thought that adding theater to Genshin was a positive thing. Would have made players like Genshin more. And like I guess I could come up with like creative ways to like think about like, oh, maybe it's to make the players that spend a little money here and there, not the gigawells, but like the players who spend like $100 to $300 every patch to get every 5 star and their signature weapon, every new 5 star and their signature weapon, right? And like spend the time to build all of them, right? Like maybe it's to reward those kinds of players, maybe. But since I haven't met any of those players, I don't know if it's working. I don't know if that's working. So honestly, I have no idea what theater was for. But before theater, like everything in the entire game was exactly the same. Nothing changed for several years. And Hoyo's only started changing things. Hoyo's only like the quality of life updates. The quality of life updates. Hoyo has not changed anything in the user interface, in like the loadout, the fake loadout system. It's still a fake. Like I still don't want to call it a loadout system, but right, like Hoyo did not add that in 3 or 4 years of the game's release. They've only added that in the last 1 or 2 years because they didn't have a need to. They didn't need to at the time, and now they're actually, now that they know, then there's competition, and they can see that the popularity is going down. But here's the thing too: popularity of a game, and net income of an IP of a game does not equal brand value. Right? So the value of a brand is a different thing. Because the value of a brand, that's why Hoyo like doesn't want to reduce its prices, because it doesn't want people to think that, oh, Hoyo is like this kind of budget game. It doesn't want, like, right, just like Apple doesn't want to sell budget iPhones, so that because it doesn't want anyone to think that, oh, like I want a budget phone, oh, iPhone, right? Like it doesn't want anyone to ever consider an iPhone as quote unquote a budget phone, because it wants to maintain its brand value. Yeah, and what they're doing is not is both trying to keep the brand value up and trying to keep sales from going down. What's the point of the reaching 100 characters if only 10 are playable? That is absolutely true. And the thing is, like, okay, Wander, have you ever played other gacha games? Genshin is actually my first, like, gacha game that I've taken seriously. And so, according to what everyone has said before about gacha games, everyone who's been, who's had, like, a lot of experience with, like, gacha games before, so it's a very common strategy. Like power creep is a very common strategy, and like it makes sense, right? Like make your new character that you're releasing this time is much stronger than the last one. Oh, I want to pull for it, right? Like it's a strategy. It's like the brain dead strategy of most gacha games. And the thing is, people don't talk about it now anymore. But in the first 1 or 2 years of Genshin, people kept talking about, actually even before Genshin got released, like I heard people talking about like how Genshin gacha game, like Genshin is a very high budget gacha game. Its initial development to get it released was like over $100 million. Like, have you ever heard of a gacha game spending $100 million to make a gacha game, right? Like, that it's never been heard of. And people, even like, dude, some people were doubting that Genshin would last 2 or 3 years, because gacha games typically do not last more than 2, 3, or 4 years. They can't, because the formula just doesn't work. Well, the common formula just doesn't work, right? Like, release a gacha game, okay, everyone's happy. Okay, new character, whoa, strongest character in the game now. Okay, everyone pulls for it. Next character. Oh, another strongest character in the game. Okay, pull for it. And then you do that enough times, right? At some point, some people are gonna miss out on certain characters, and they're gonna feel awful for it, because all the characters that they have now are completely obsolete, because the new character that they missed out on, uh, that they missed out on, it also introduced power creep into the end game. So now the players that missed out on one or two new characters, that were also now the one or two strongest characters, now they aren't able to clear endgame content. And some will try to catch up, but some cannot. And those who can't will start to feel terrible when playing the game, and eventually just quit. So the typical gacha formula before Genshin's release only worked for a couple of years. Free-to-play player, I am don't often, only there's event for primos, new Archon quests, or Duma dailies, sometimes, or primo farming. Yeah, you know, you'd be surprised at how many of those kinds of players there are in the game. And the thing is, like we like you guys and me, like we were talking here about all this stuff. Like there are like the one or two or three of us here that are players that are like this, right? That we actually talk about this stuff. There are hundreds more out there that do the same thing that none of us here, none of us 4 or 5 here know about. There are hundreds and hundreds more out there that are like just as casual as that. The only thing Genshin does better than other gacha games is the power creep. Don't stop you from playing the characters you want. If they break that, I see no reason to keep playing. Yeah, and that's the thing though. Is like Hoyo has worked pretty hard to really mitigate power creep. Like to introduce power creep as slowly as they could, and power creep has actually only ramped up. A lot in the last 1 or 2 years. And honestly, like compared to other gacha games, like even this current, well, at this point now, this has like the last 6 to 12 months of power creep has been the worst amount of power creep that Hoyo's introduced into Genshin so far. But this is still like really far from how bad power creep happens in other gacha games. Like it's terrible in other gacha games. Okay, so Genshin's other game, Hoyo's other game, Honkai Star Rail. So I've never played it, but everyone that I've heard talk about it 100% agrees that the power creep there is insane. Like I heard some people talk about the fact that like Hoyo has had to literally straight up buff old characters in that game just to make them more usable now. It's insane. Like power creep in that game is bad. One wrong pull, insta bricked, and the MOC blessing can be so bad. Dude, that's crazy. Give a variety of characters for you to choose, so more players find some like they are not better. It's not a better strategy, and that did honestly, like, sure, right? Like you can just do that, right? But at some point you just run out of ideas, man. Eventually you just can't think up of like anything unique anymore, right? Like hang on. Oh, okay. I wanted to go into the character archive, but I realized I'd have to exit out of this thing. Um, I'll probably do it later, but
風神様のお告げで。へい。
for quite some time. Now I could be wrong here, right? Like I do not remember every character in Genshin that's come out so far, off the top of my head.
そこ。
Of course, you dig underground as Eula's burst pops again. Um, but for like the first, I would say 2 or 3 years, maybe 1 or 2, but let's say 1.5 to 2.5 years. Just as far as I remember, most of the characters that have come out in the first few years of Genshin were most of them were like very unique from each other. Like they introduced like a new, oh my god, this is awful. Well, introduced like new mechanics. Like for example, when Genshin released, hardly anyone thought highly of energy recharge. But then Inazuma came, and Raiden Shogun came, and then the emblem artifact set came, and then all of a sudden there is this new dimension to character building, to character kits that now rely on having a lot of energy recharge or energy generation. And all of a sudden, like, yeah, right, like it's hard to explain when you didn't go through it, but like all of a sudden players now have a much different like perspective to play the game from. And then when Sumeru came, Dendro got introduced. By the way, Genshin did not get released with Dendro. Dendro didn't exist when the game launched. The only form of Dendro in the game when the game launched was the Dendro Samachurls. And there was no playable Dendro at the time. When Dendro came, even though Elemental Mastery was already a big part of like the, you know, like the formula for doing more damage for freeze and freeze? No. For melt and vape damage dealers at the time, not everyone knew about it. And hardly anyone cared to get Elemental Master because you didn't really need it to do more damage. You could have just gone with more attack and you still would have been able to do more damage. But then Dendro came along with Hyper Bloom, with Quicken, right, with Spread and Aggravate and Burgeon. All of that stuff came. And all of a sudden, now there's another dimension that players can, well, I guess like build characters from and build teams around with like their Elemental Mastery builds. And at some point they buffed Swirl damage, Swirl, Overload, and Electro Charge damage. And that also encouraged some players to build Venti full EM. And at some point, Kazuha came out, and with the EM buffs, then you could build Kazuha full EM instead of just like typical crit rate, crit damage. And then it introduced the Sucrose Taser team, right? Which was Sucrose, Xingqiu, Beidou, and Fischl. Right. Before that, it was still a good team, but when they buffed those reactions, it significantly improved. So right, like for the first couple of years, like it felt like every new character, every new update to the game, well, maybe not every, but like a lot of their updates really did make it feel like there was something new being added to the game. It felt like we were getting more team options, right? Like at some point, Taser team, like I just mentioned, right? Taser team became a thing. At some point, Raiden National became a thing instead of just Morgana. Morgana, by the way, is Ganyu, Mona, Venti, and a second cryo character, right? Back in the day, that used to be the one and only team that everyone went for. Morgana and National. National, by the way, Xingqiu, Bennett, and Shengling, and some animal character maybe. Those used to be the two only teams that existed. And at some point, At some point, Taser came into play. And at some point, Hyperbloom, and not just Hyperbloom, but all the other Dendro stuff as well. And at some point in Fontaine, right, before Fontaine came out, HP used to be almost completely useless. Nobody wanted HP stats. Nobody wanted HP substats. Nobody wanted, right? Nobody wanted HP anything. And then Fontaine came along. And all of a sudden, there was this new, Marchese Hunter, right? You get more crit rate from your HP going up and down. And same with Farina. Yelan, yeah, like the one and only. The one and only character that scaled off of HP. Right, and she didn't even, she just scales off of HP. She doesn't really have anything to do with HP. No, she doesn't care about healing. She doesn't care about your HP going down, going up. She does, there's no, it's just another Xiangling that scales off of HP. You know what I mean? Right? And sure, that was a new thing, and that was a good thing. That was a good addition to the game. It made it so that now we finally don't have to completely rage when we get an artifact that has crit rate, crit damage, HP percent, and flat HP. Right? We didn't have to completely rage about that kind of artifact anymore. Because now Yelan finally existed in the game. And at some point, Neuvillette, Farina, who else? Even Dia, to some extent. Yeah, but then... I'm trying to think as to when it really started to go downhill. I guess Neuvillette. Yeah. I guess it was Neuvillette. Neuvillette and Arlecchino. Yeah, Neuvillette and Arlecchino did so much damage for when they were released. ZZZ is fine. Devs are trying to balance the power creep. The newest character, Yi Xuan, doesn't power creep other characters, and they buffed the 1.0 DPS. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Oh, that was ZZZ, I guess. I guess that wasn't HSR, where they buffed 1.0 characters. Oh, that was a good pop. Oops, my skill is on cooldown. You know, Eula seems to be doing a decent amount of damage against these guys, so I might as well just... Okay. Might as well just spam normal attacks on Eula rather than just trying to force Linny, a pyro damage dealer, to fight guys that have enemies that have really high pyro resistance. Silver Wolf Jingli went from attack scaling to a what? You could do that? Oh my god, that is so that is so weird. Literally changing the stat that a character scales off of? Imagine... Okay, that was terrible. That was terrible. But you can revert it. Okay, that is so weird. Imagine if that's so weird. I'm trying to imagine it happening in Genshin. It's so odd. I can't. Ugh. Oh, that's yikes. Man, I miss Eula being usable. I actually like Eula's playstyle. I just hate how it works. I hate it's sort of like how it is in reality. Oh, I did like a 250k earlier, but I guess I'm not able to do that now. Even change constellations? You can go buff state or normal state. What the heck? That is so weird. I tried to use Yoimiya in theater. I'm sad until now. Until now was 2 days ago. Yoimiya's yeah. Yoimiya is Yoimiya. Okay, 214, not bad. How do I tell when I'm supposed to do a charged attack? Oh, there. I think that's it. When I'm supposed to do a charged attack on, what's his name? Risley? There was like a red thing that came up on my screen. Saw Yoimiya doing Abyss 5.7. Those videos give me hope, but can I trust those videos? Are they legit? Those are probably C6 Yoimiya's, or I mean, like, there's always a way to really like eke out more damage from your characters, and like something that players hardly ever talk about. Come on, players hardly ever talk about when it comes to like making your melt or vape damage dealer do like significantly more damage than before is EM. And wow, these guys are so cringe. They just, maybe I shouldn't burst immediately on Eula. I should just wait for them to dig up, to dig down. It didn't crit. The thing, she has no EM or crit damage. C0. 5.7. Abyss, right? Well, I mean, the thing is, like, this Abyss isn't really, like, the hardest Abyss out there. HP-wise, it's not, it doesn't have a lot of HP compared to other Abysses. Where's the other one? They don't inflate HP every single abyss. Well, Okay, here's an example. A few patches ago, they released this character called what was her name? Yume Mizuki. Yeah, Yume Mizuki. They released this character called Yume Mizuki. And now she was a standard 5-star. She's the newest standard 5-star in the game. And since she's a standard 5-star, she's not very good. No. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. I can. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. I need to borrow my own Mavuika. I need to borrow my own Mavuika. Hang on. Who do I get rid of? Okay, somebody who's useless in this in this theater. Chevreuse. Literally no overload possibility. So, is Candace even built? No. Okay, borrow that. Okay, we're good. And anyone who possibly isn't built. Oh boy. Oh dear. Okay. Smart. Okay, so anyway, I was talking about Yume Mizuki, and obviously she's a standard 5-star, right? So obviously they're not gonna make her any good at all. So they can't release an Abyss that was stronger than last Abyss because they're releasing a character this patch that hardly does any damage. So yeah, no, like it's. So you've heard me talk about. You got any constellations, Nakaya? I have a few. Yeah, I have a few. I think I have Kaya at C4 in my other accounts though, but that's it. Honestly, I would love to get Kaya to C6 one of these days. But it just feels so bad buying Kaya constellations from the shop. It's just so expensive. It's literally 7 pulls is what you have to sacrifice. I'm assuming Toma's built. Deepwood on EM. Okay, let's borrow Fab for now. Yeah, sure. Okay, and then let's borrow. Oh, hopefully somebody else has a nice Mavuika. Oh, how's yours? Oh, that's a good one. A really nice Mavuika. I could borrow that one. How about this guy's? Blackcliff. I guess that's okay too. Anyone else? No. Alright, I'm borrowing this guy's. Yep. How's my Mavuika? Hang on. Compared to that. It's okay. A little worse. Sure. Just re-downloaded Genshin today after like 2 years. I'm lost AF. Really? 2 years, huh? What have you been playing for the last 2 years, man? It's always based on the sold characters. These are mechanics, not raw difficulty, right? Like HP resistance, etc., etc. Yeah, no, it's not. Like they change. So okay, yeah. Earlier I mentioned you've heard me talk about power creep this, power creep that, and artificial ways to make you feel bad for not pulling for the new characters. But no, it's not actually very bad in Genshin. Grab Yoimiya? No, Yoimiya is just not very good. I'd rather borrow Mavuika. So far though, like imagine in other gacha games, every new character that comes out is like literally almost twice as strong as the last one, the very last one. So far in Genshin, like it's really, hang on, there are a lot of those characters are on this list. So Nuvilet, Arlecchino, Mavuika, Skirk, and Escoffier, Farina to some extent, but not so much. But then other than that, like all the other characters just weren't power creep. Like I guess Kinich to a certain extent, but like Kinich's like quote unquote power creep was very tamed, like to the point where like Kinich isn't even like very often used nowadays. I mean, like yes he is, but like it's not because he isn't strong. It's mostly because there just aren't that many enemies that really require his, I guess, like the kind of team that you would want to play Kinich in. Okay, shoot. Darn it. Okay, I don't have the usual. Okay, gonna have to make do with this. Pushing Grey Raven, the power creep there is so big that when a character is released, it substitutes someone. Oh, geez. I don't know. Rust, some CS, some Rocket League. Oh, Rust. Okay, Rust, the game. Some CS, Rocket League, yeah, the classics. Oh, man. Sounds like you've been on an adventure the last 2 years, man. Oops. Sure. That's the only thing where Genshin wins against PGR. I mean, Genshin wins the net income. Genshin earns a lot more. And not to mention, Genshin's elemental system is so unique, and like I think Hoyo has not taken for granted its very unique elemental system. But I don't think Hoyo has fully utilized Genshin's very unique elemental system either. I don't think I can't think of another game off the top of my head that has an elemental system similar to Genshin's. Because like obviously like elemental systems are nothing unique to video games. Right? Like we've had elemental systems like even from the 2000s, the 90s, like literally Pokemon had an elemental system. But it was very it was very simple. Just straight up, this element is stronger, is strong to this, weak to this, etc., etc. But yeah, like nothing more than that. Like Genshin's elemental system is like really, it's somehow complicated, but it's unique. But it's also simple, right? Like, okay, put pyro on enemy. Now I put hydro. Now my hydro does more damage. It doesn't make a better game. Well, it does when players don't enjoy, when players want to enjoy. Okay, here's an example. The Genshin's elemental system is one of the main reasons why I like Genshin's combat. Right? I literally don't play other games because so earlier, like 2-3 hours ago, I mentioned how much I like Genshin. Even though there are things about Genshin that I hate very much. But the elemental system is one of the things that I really, really like about Genshin that I will never ever find in some other game. Are you using a bow character? I don't have the patience to wait for them to charge. Normal attack just to shoot, especially in a time-lapse event. Banners are 100% guaranteed. 50-50 BS always give you more than enough to pull for a character every banner. Yeah, and that's why Genshin is making money. Well, making a lot of money. Ooh, do I have an off-field pyro character? I guess Linny? Nope. Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll have to use Linny as our pyro applier. Okay, sure. There. Yeah. Okay, maybe that. I have Japanese audio on, and I think I just heard Linny say, "It's showtime." Oh, hey, what the heck? Oops. You know, I think I should just spam charged attacks on Linny. Linny is actually pretty strong as a DPS. He does really well in mono pyro though. Okay, that thing is, I think, Dendro resistant. I honestly don't know if that thing has Dendro resistance. What the? What? What? Where are you aiming? I don't think this team is gonna work no matter what. There was just no synergy, this team. I was just trying to brute force my way through it. Alright, let's try another one. Sure, I guess. This is so awkward. Oh my god. Seeing Arlecchino attack so fast. She's a single target and she needs a shielder. Yeah, unfortunately, Yoimiya isn't. Even when, man, I don't know what Yoimiya has against Yoimiya, man. Like, sorry, no, I don't know what Hoyoverse has against Yoimiya, but like, when Yoimiya was first released, they released Yoimiya after Kazuha and before Ayaka. Or was it? No, I think it was before, after Ayaka and before Raiden Shogun. Yeah, I think it was that. Like, think about that. Right? And the next time, I don't remember who it was. It was like Kazuha before Kazuha. No, it was after Kazuha and before another, like, really, really popular character. It was like, I think it was like literally 2 or 3 like in Yoimiya's initial release, and then I think 2 Yoimiya reruns were like really poorly positioned, like literally between 2 other super high value 5 stars. Almost as if Hoyo didn't want anyone to pull for Yoimiya. Aram told me Skirk Without premiums compared to Arlecchino, but Arlecchino is not weak. That's for sure. That is true. That is true. Arlecchino doesn't lose as much damage from not having the difference between Arlecchino's best team and Arlecchino's second best team is not as big as Skirk's best and second best teams. Just burst, please. Thank you. Oh my god. And done. I got her in the last Inazuma Chronicle. Sorry, who? Yoimiya? Another thing you could do, Wander, is you can just decide to skip Skirk for now and go for Mavuika instead. Since you do already have Zalonin. Oh, you already have Mavuika. Oh god, jeez. Oh, you do. Okay, well. Well, if you have okay, dude. If you have Mavuika, the #1 DPS in the game, and right now on the banner is the #2 DPS in the game, why wouldn't you just go for it, man? Yeah, just go for Skirk, man. Go for Skirk. Sooner or later, Escoffier is gonna get a rerun. Sooner or later, Farina is gonna get a rerun. Go for Skirk. You said you like Pyro. Sorry, what's her name? Mavuika is the only like really strong DPS you got on your account right now. Because I want Yelan. Yeah, but like okay, well I guess there are rumors that Yelan might rerun in 5.8. Yeah, I did hear some rumors. But some of the rumors I heard were also that like maybe it was just a Yelan skin being released. But no Yelan rerun. Well, like, okay, then what is keeping you from pulling Skirk? In fact, dude, you want Yelan? Yelan is one of Skirk's best teammates. The robot, Nefa. 3 Natlin girls. Yeah, I heard it was Lolly, Molani, and what's her name? Chaska? Yeah, I think that's what I heard. I want Yelan hyper carry. Yeah, but like you can't like okay, when you have Yelan and you have Skirk on your account, you can just choose to not use Skirk. But when you have Skirk on your account and you don't and you have Yelan, you have Skirk and Yelan on your account, you can choose to use Skirk and Yelan. But if you don't want to use Skirk, then you could just choose to not use Skirk. Like it's I don't know what's yeah, I mean like obviously objectively if I was you, I would go for Skirk. Well, 20 pulls isn't really gonna get you anything though. Unless you get lucky. Xiangling would have been good for these guys. His AoE. Who else would I need Bennett for? I guess this guy. Okay, still has one vigor. So I guess that's fine. Scoffia Farina. And I guess I could put Mona in there. Oh, you know what? Mona here. No, maybe Kinect, sure. Alright, because I'm sure Arlecchino, Bennett, and VV will be more than enough for this. VV, okay, are you on VV or did I accidentally unbuild you? Nope, nope, did not. I have 10k primos and guaranteed. It's like an easy choice, man. Well, I mean, like for me. Especially because like I don't hate Arlecchino's playstyle. Oh, that was a mistake. Yep. Because right now you have one team that you can use. And obviously you need 2 teams for Abyss. And you need 3 teams for Onslaught. What? Where? Oh my god. Auto target. Auto target, jeez. I don't even know if Yelan's gonna rerun anytime soon. Yelan. Well, Yelan's the last time we got a Yelan rerun. It wasn't like super back to back, but it also wasn't very far apart. Oh, jeez. Come on. Give me an actual... Hydro. We have plenty of hydro. Well, I guess not that much hydro. But then, like, I really won't have a... okay, whatever. With Nodcry coming, Genshin will try to switch up the banners. With Nodcry coming, remember, we are nearing the end of the 5.x cycle. When 6.0 comes, and remember, they're already starting us off with a character that brings with it a new mechanic. Right? So a lot of the mechanics that we are finding ways to deal with right now, and that we already have characters to deal with right now, a lot of those are not gonna be completely useless when in 6.0 onward, but they're not gonna feel as satisfying as some of the newer characters. Shielder. Do I need shielder? Nope. Nope. Okay, I guess Candace might be nice here. Two charged attack characters. Wow. Okay, I guess that's something. Oh. Okay. Let's try that again.
禁止ガンオー帝君のために。
サプライズだよ。
Oops. Not enough. Okay, looks like I'm actually gonna want to use a real character here. Not you. Definitely you. Well, I guess Candace is fine. Yeah, alright, sure that works. Oh, that was close. But this is definitely a better team. Hey, what's up, Nash? How long has it been? 5 hours? Honestly, I literally wanted to stream for 2 hours today. A lot of yapping ended up happening, and here I am. I don't think this is a very good run.
この仕事は排除するべきですね。おさわり禁止。飛ぶよ。どいて。守るために運命よ。ここにいでよ。運命の距離。相関化粧。
What the? Okay. The auto targeting is not great. Woke up for water. Are they still streaming? Yep, I am. And honestly, I don't think I'm gonna want to go to bed at this point because I have work at 9. If I go to bed now, and I'm definitely not gonna wake up before 9. You got Skirk, huh? Hey, nice. Okay, well, try to, if it's okay with you, try to put a few more pulls in, just to get just one Dahlia. Just get one Dahlia copy, and that's it. Huh, not bad. That was it. You got Layla. Sorry, Layla. Yeah, I mean, like, Layla's fine, but Layla doesn't do anything other than apply off-field cryo, and which, by the way, doesn't do any damage at all. Right? Like, there's no amount of stats that you can give Layla to make her do a usable amount of damage. Whereas Dahlia is number one. He's a shielder, but the way his shield works is when it breaks. When Dahlia's shield breaks, it instantly comes back, and it does that up to 4 times. Which means if you put Eshu on Skirk, you're guaranteed to always have Eshu's passive, which is the bonus crit rate and the normal charged attack damage bonus. And you get the attack speed buff. $5 already. Yeah, I know, right? Honestly, so last night when I started streaming, I was actually pretty excited a couple of days ago when I found out that my schedule today, I was gonna get off work at 8:30 in the evening. And I did. I did get off of work at 8:30. But did I start streaming right away? No. I started streaming 2.5 hours after that. And because I knew I started really, really late, I knew that I should not have streamed for too long. I knew that I should have only streamed for about 2 hours only, but I didn't listen to my own advice and I still kept streaming anyway. Yeah. So, yep. Anyway, congrats, Wander. Congrats, man. Nope. Selectable event. Okay, this thing. Very nice. Oh, Hu Tao any day. Another character, please. Diluc is at least gonna be usable. Oh, I can't get the buffs anymore. Oh, I guess this is fine. Okay. I think it'll be fine. Oh, you know what? I think Ganyu Mono will be pretty good against this. Hey, what's up, Priscilla? How you doing, man? Oh, darn it. Okay, Ganyu, I just remembered. I just used up Ganyu. Never mind, that's not gonna work then. Haha. Batman and Diluc, Batman and Robin. Back in the day, we used to call this combo Batman and Robin. Honestly, I don't think Diluc does nearly enough damage for this. Oh. What the? Oh god, this thing. Yep, that's the problem with Diluc, is you just can't kill enemies fast enough. But boy, do I miss using Diluc. Wow, Diluc is still somehow doing some damage. He's not doing negative damage, but it's, I guess it's fine. No. Diluc's just not doing enough. Play on keyboard? Yep. Wonder if I want to use Yelan here. I might need something for this thing. Well, I guess I do have the Skirk team still. Okay. Yeah, I guess it'll be fine. We'll still have Xingqiu. Oh my god, this thing is putting cryo on me. Okay. Looks damage is so pathetic in 2025. Gonna have to go with Hu Tao. Okay. Well, at least I won't have to use up what's her name? At least I won't have to use up all of Yelan's vigor. Yeah. Man, the gap between Diluc and Hu Tao. I mean, Hu Tao isn't even like modern. Her numbers aren't like modern, but she's still like leagues above Diluc. Unfortunately. Oh my god. Sure. Oh. Hey, what's up, Ibrahim? How you doing, man? Good. Me, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm part of me is regretting a little bit that I haven't gone to bed yet. And I really should have at least 3 hours ago. But hey, I mean, like, I am finishing up with stuff that I have to do. So I guess it's not that bad. Hope you're doing as you doing in theater because you slang. Okay. Good to hear that. Would have been nice. Would have been nice if I'd gone to bed 3 hours ago. It's literally 5 in the morning where I am. Still haven't gone to bed. Yeah, I started. I wanted to start streaming last night at 8:30 or maybe 9 in the evening, but I didn't want to. I ended up doing other stuff and ended up started streaming at 11:30. And because I knew that I was starting the stream really late, so what I wanted to do was I only wanted to stream for 2 hours, and then a lot of yapping and a lot of doing nothing on the screen and just yapping and like playing very little. 5 hours later, here I am, still awake. And the sky is turning blue. It's not black. The sky isn't black anymore. Honestly, I'm a little bit nervous that if I go to bed now that I won't be able to wake up before 9. Because I got work at 9. Time flies? That is true. That is true. Time really does fly. Especially when you're having fun. There were quite a lot of interesting topics in today's stream. There are two situations. Staying awake until 9, or get some hours sleeping. Yes, I have two choices. I have those two choices, excuse me. Now my problem with that choice is if I go to bed now, there's a pretty high probability, it's not guaranteed, but there's a pretty high probability that my alarm won't be able to wake me up anymore. And that's, it's a little scary. But at the same time, I would not normally, about 8 to 10 years ago, I would not have minded if I just straight up don't go to bed right now. Just straight up skip sleep. I would have been completely comfortable with that. But since I'm not a spring chicken anymore, the thought of it is honestly a little. I'm not as comfortable with it as I used to be. And now I'm talking about this, I'm feeling a lot more and more sleepy. I'm starting to head towards the the option of just going to bed and getting some sleep. You're cooked. Yeah. I mean, I sort of brought it upon myself, so it's it was nobody's fault except my own. Anyway, before I go, I mean, you're pretty much the only. I mean, like it says there are 12 people still here. Where the other 11 people are, no idea. But hey, since you're here, before I go, I might as well ask someone. Are you guys skipping Skirk? Yeah, there's like we're on the last 3 days of our banner on the North America server. Are y'all planning to skip Skirk and going for Mavuika? Are you getting Skirk and Mavuika? Getting Skirk and skipping Mavuika? Or skipping both? Getting both? Where are you guys at? Lost her at 78 for Chi-Chi. Well, technically you got a cryo sword user. So, I guess that's close enough. Wrong sword user. Yeah, but like she's cryo. And she's a girl, right? Chi-Chi's a girl. Chi-Chi's a sword user. And Chi-Chi's cryo. Right? So, close enough. Close enough. Skip. Oh, really? You're skipping Skirk Luap? Yes, I need Mavuika because I have a team for her. Oh, really? Oh man. I feel jealous. Like, yeah, I feel jealous. Like a lot of you guys have Sitlali, and I have one. I have Mavuika on only one of my accounts, and I don't have her on like my second and third accounts. That's yeah. I'm on my third account here. Oops. I'm on my third account here, and yeah, no Mavuika. Unfortunately. Cyberpunk Edge Runners 2 just got teased. I heard that Edge Runners it was pretty good. I've seen some shorts of it and it looks pretty good. You know, I wish Hollywood would just stop messing up video game adaptations so badly. Like Hollywood just can't seem to get it right. They keep trying to they keep trying to use the typical Hollywood formula to make a video game movie adaptation. Like okay, there's literally a formula for how to make a quote unquote Hollywood blockbuster. And they keep trying to use it to make a video game movie adaptation, and it just doesn't work. They aren't gamers. That's why that is absolutely true. They definitely are not gamers. And like there was also the Ready Player One. Remember Ready Player One? Like Ready Player One was pretty good. It wasn't the deepest story out there. It wasn't a very deep story, and it was honestly like it definitely could have been way better. But it had a very Hollywood formula, but it was honestly one of the better ones. And now if it weren't for all the video game like Easter eggs, if it weren't for all the video game Easter eggs, I think that movie could have been a lot worse. But thankfully, it's like so many video game Easter eggs helped save it. Which team is best for Mavuika though? Vape or Overload? Melt, Wayne. Mavuika's best team is Zelonen, Sitlali, Iansan / Bennett. That's Mavuika's best team. But between the two teams that you mentioned to me, I think either is fine. I think they're about as good as each other. One of Mavuika's better vape teams is so Zelonen, Yelon, Bennett, Bennett again, Bennett or Yansan. Like they're basically the same character. Bennett provides a bigger attack buff overall, but uh, Yansan makes it so that you're not limited to Bennett's circle. Um, and if not Yelan, then you could also use Farina. Farina is a little harder to vape consistently because Farina's summons don't apply Hydro very consistently. Whereas with Yelan, you can literally control when you want to apply Hydro. Overload, you just go ham. There's no timing or whatever. It's just use all your skills. Alright, well, anyway, I'm gonna have to actually go now. It's literally 5:21 a.m. where I am. I'm gonna try and get some shut-eye, hoping that I can still at least get like somewhere around like 3.5 hours of sleep. I'm hoping my alarm will actually wake me up. I'm hoping like my brain, God, I'm a little anxious, I gotta say. But anyway, so for those of you who need help building your characters' accounts or making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. Thanks for staying with me this whole time. Last 5 hours or so. Bye.
万物には終わりがある。時間も例外ではない。